You're live. Okay. All right. So now I need to. It says I'm live.
You are live.
Live.
You are live. You're live.
Okay.
You are
There we
live.
go.
You're live.
Okay.
You are
There we
live.
go.
You're live.
Okay. Okay. I got the echo stop now. Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome to the adventures of being a half-assed YouTuber flying by the seat of his rather large and all-encompassing pants. Triv is with me here tonight. Want to say hello, Triv?
Hello, Triv. Hello, chat.
You know,
Hello, large booted Joe.
not everybody's going to remember the George and Gracie thing. Hello, everybody. I just want to start real quick with a couple of quick messages. One, this is a normal monetized live stream. I just went with most of the default settings that YouTube pops up. I'm not sure if I'll do this in the future. I'll kind of rely on feedback I get from people. Um, uh, and just you guys being here is enough. So if anything pops up and says give Joe money, do not feel obligated to do that. I appreciate it if you do, but just being here is good enough. And like I say in my Patreon and YouTube membership, come-ons. There's probably a better way I could phrase that, but only donate to me if you feel comfortable doing so. Make sure your bills are paid before you help me with mine. Triv, as I said, she will be monitoring chat. She will try to catch everything in the channel as I'm playing the game. She may miss stuff, and we just ask that you don't spam. And if you ask something and she didn't read it to me, because I'm probably going to be focused on the game, and I might be looking like this the whole time during the stream. So I may not see very much showing up at the bottom of the chat, but she's going to read and she's going to try to keep me focused and answering stuff. So again, please don't spam if you don't immediately get a response. And finally, let's keep things family friendly and as apolitical as possible. I'm not afraid to discuss politics. I don't shy away from it. But by the same token, you got to pick your battles and where it's appropriate to get political. Granted, in some of my videos, I might throw a little bit of a political thing here and there, but they're few and far between, and I try not to make that the focus. It's usually just a little stab here or there.
Joe, we
Triv,
got a couple of things here real quick. Telemuckus, and I apologize if I screw up names. I don't mean to. I'm just terrible at pronouncing things. Telemuckus says, I do not have any extra funds this week, but I am maintaining my Patreon and YouTube memberships.
that is appreciated. Again, just being here and watching my videos, that's more than enough. But I absolutely do appreciate each and every person who goes that extra step and helps support my channel. It helps me upgrade equipment, helps me not have to work harder at other jobs if I can get a little bit of income from this one to keep stuff going. And it's just it's a nice sentiment. I know there's a lot of people that I support on Patreon, and my mindset is I know I'm not giving them a lot, and you don't really have to, because the nice thing about Patreon and YouTube memberships is you get it's a numbers thing. If 100 people give $1 a month, that's better than 10 people giving $5 a month, or et cetera, et cetera. I was going somewhere with this. I'm so sorry. The old man brain, okay. Right off the track.
We do have a few other questions here, real quick. We've got two questions about by family friendly. Are we PG or G, PG or PG-13? And also, if this is a family friendly stream, are we going by 70s and 80s modern standards or modern?
I would say more PG, probably pre PG-13 PG. So a few swears here and there. You might see a nipple. No, you will not. I'm not going to be showing you my nipples. But you could get away with that. You could get away with PG, actual nudity in PG movies before Spielberg came along and said, we need to have PG-13. So I'm going to promise that I will do my best to keep the potty mouth, that is my normal mode of speech, down to what's lower than a potty. Maybe instead of like a
Pre-potty?
toilet.
How about a bidet? How about a
There we
bidet
go.
potty?
Bidet. They're excellent because God, I love my bidets. Oh God, I love bidets. That is, you guys can have your Christian God, your Muslim God, your Jewish God. I've got the bidet God. That's who I worship. That's my theology right there in a nutshell. So yes, we'll keep it bidet friendly. So I will do my best to not use the F word, which I normally use. Like some people use a comma, but you slip here and there and you might hear me say it. Just try not to do it in chat because that's less spur of the moment. If you find yourself typing F, 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 you took the time to actually go down and start typing F, 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 F. Whereas if I say it, it's, my brain short circuited and it went from the potty part of my brain, the profanity part, straight to the lips. Plus, it's my stream, so I can do whatever I want.
Exactly. Speaking of doing whatever you want, and talking about PG-13 levels of nudity, someone asked why you have a disembodied corpse behind you.
Oh, I'm a one-person channel. For the most part, I'm using Triv right now to help because she's so graciously done that. And by the way, if you haven't already, please go to Triv's channel. She is awesome. She discusses movies, weird videos. It's similar in many respects, the way I would describe it, like Mystery Science Theater 3000-esque. I'm not saying all of her videos are like that. Sometimes she just does regular reviews, things of that nature, but that same kind of Midwestern mindset. Very entertaining. I greatly suggest you check her out and subscribe to her channel, give her some views. Now,
Cheers.
Back to the mannequin. I'm one person operation, so the mannequin is actually set at the height of me as I'm sitting. So I use it to check my lighting and my focus for my camera. So I stick that on the camera, get all the focusing, the lighting around, then I swap it out and I sit there. Now, arguably, it is much prettier than I am. So maybe I should just use that and just do a voiceover because I might get more subscribers if I've got something sexy like that back there. It's also good place to put my hat, my normal. Actually, it's not so gross now because I washed it before I went to Cincy here a couple weeks ago, so it's actually cleaner than it's been in years at this point. But the mannequin also is a good place to put my shirt, whatever shirt I'm wearing when I'm recording, so that I can just swap it when I'm recording in the next increment of recording. So it double duty as a focus model, a lighting model, and a actual mannequin to hold hats and shirts. So I guess that would be triple duty. As I mentioned, 3 things and not 2.
Okay, a couple of other things here. We've got I just lost it. Shoot. Wish we had a proper Lego Scooby-Doo game a la Skywalker Saga or the upcoming Dark Knight Legacy game.
Triv, that's hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
We were literally just talking about Lego not 20 minutes ago. And I agree wholeheartedly. The only real Lego game I think we got for the Scooby-Doo universe was Lego Dimensions that I'm aware of, which I played the hell out of. Hell's good. I can say hell. Hell's not profanity.
I mean, can you? I don't know.
I can, and I will.
Okay. Okay.
Promise you.
Okay, but if you screw up too many times tonight, I think Tella has a good idea in chat. They need to get you a life-size Carl the Stuntman that you can take your frustrations out on.
I'm kind of already Carl the Stuntman already.
Gasp! What a twist!
Did I say already twice in that sentence?
That's okay.
Man, this is why I
wasn't-
script everything that I normally do. Because like Carl, I'm bald. Like Carl, if I were to take my shirt off, it would be nothing but hair underneath. I leave food on the floor. That's the best place for it. And I did once try to kill some teenagers. They were but nobody tell anybody that I confessed, by the way. That's a secret between just the few of us in this chat and me. So I am my own Carl the Stuntman at this point.
All right, let's see. We've got 3769 Chris. Joe and I have been friends for over 30 years.
Whoa.
It's my right. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Oh, maybe the fact that you have a partial corpse in your background is his right. I'm not sure what he was referring to. So
yeah, that's my friend Chris. My son's name is Chris as well, but it has nothing to do with my friend. Just in case he gets a big head. I've always liked the name Chris, even before I met Chris. Yes, it is Chris's right to troll me. Yes. He has that spark about him. By the way, I apologize in advance too. I had the last of some frozen curry for lunch today, as well as some wings for dinner. So if you pick up any sounds in the mic and you think, is that a truck backing up over bubble wrap, because you hear this little noises, do not adjust your set. It's probably me, and I apologize. It's also a good thing that I am alone in here, because nobody wants to be subjected to that. Trust me.
what else have we got here? I just missed it. Redhead 2948 is just become a member, an all-around member.
Thank you.
So
thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I hate it could just go to show the limitations of my vocabulary. That wasn't even intentional. That was me literally trying to remember the word vocabulary. But it really does mean the world to me. When anybody supports me, goes out of their way to subscribe to my Patreon or the YouTube membership, it absolutely does mean the world to me. And I sound like a broken record. I just can't find a better way to say that. It means the world to me. I really appreciate it. So thank you very much for doing so.
They also say, we agree on The Bride of Frankenstein.
Oh, that it's unquestionably not a good movie, or at least it's not a movie that deserves as many accolades as people give it. If that's where you're coming from, yes, I agree wholeheartedly. That movie is bat something crazy. It's out there.
There's another one in here. Oh man. Okay, so Chris says now we have a 30-minute diatribe about bidets, and 3Cat Day says instead of take me to church, it's take me bidet.
Yeah. Absolutely. Take you straight to that bidet. Sit down at the bidet pulpit. The best part is you don't have to go to the front of the church to dip your fingers in the water and make it's right there in front of you. Two birds with one stone. My bidet religion is so much more convenient. And you have a clean butthole. And can you ask for much more from life than that?
You
You
know what?
all deserve clean buttholes. I went there first, Triv.
Uh, Kevin Cox 7784 asks, this probably will not be read, but I have a question. Will you ever make an RTV video about this game?
It'll be tricky. It'll be tricky. First of all, I would have to complete the game. And as you can see right now, I'm really getting in the middle of that right now. I'm really doing that right now. But it's not a normal narrative. So I would have to play the thing all the way through. And then I would probably have to reread and maybe even go back to what I played on the streams just to have footage that's been captured for it. It'd be tricky. I would like to, but I don't know how to do it. It's tricky. Not as bad as the Scooby episodes where there's no villain. Those are much trickier. But I don't know how I would do it. If I could figure out a way to do it and I have the time to do it, I would probably do it.
Okay, I apologize. I am really far behind. I'm trying to categorize these as I go. We got a couple of Carl the Stuntman things here. So we got, oh my God, Joe now has a Halloween costume, Carl the Stuntman. And then unlike Carl, you aren't an incompetent stuntman and wouldn't make the mistakes he did. And then we also have Joe the Stuntman.
You guys give me more credit, I think, than I deserve. Carl's the worst. Absolutely. And I would like to think that I wouldn't make his mistakes. No, I wouldn't make it. I'm trying to be nice to Carl, but no, you're right. I would never be as dumb as Carl. He is the absolute worst.
All right. Have you ever read any of the Scooby-Doo books? And if so, which ones let's see, which ones have you read and would you cover them in a ranking video? That was Jill Smith that asked that.
I have not read any Scooby books, at least within the last 40 years. I think I had a couple when I was a kid. But it's been so long, I don't remember them. I've got a couple of Scooby comic books floating around that people have bought me over the years. But when I get this question before, when it comes to doing other media other than the TV shows and movies, there's just so much Scooby out there. TV shows, live action films, video games, comic books, novels, or smaller books, direct-to-video films, shows, Broadway plays. I don't know about that one, but there's so much. There's no time for me to cover everything, so I'm pretty much limiting myself to just the standard TV series and movies or direct-to-video stuff, things like that. Again, I don't rule anything out. I mean, if, like, for example, I was probably never going to cover Supernatural, but when my sister asked me to cover this Scooby Natural episode, hey, my baby sister, I had to do that for her. I've got some great siblings. I was gonna save this for my next video to thank him, but check out what my brother made for me. When I went to Cincy, he digitally printed this custom mystery machine with
that's
my
cool.
name on it, my channel name on it, and the wheels turn. He got hold of the guy who had the the schematic. Thank you. The schematic for this, and got hold of the guy, and he said, "Hey, can you design this but with this logo on it?" And the guy was like, "Sure." So unfortunately, I don't have that man's, I think it was a man, his contact information or anything, but I'm planning on doing that when I do my next video. I'm going to feature this, and I'm also going to put their contact information if they give me the permission. They may be like, "I don't want my name out there. What are you talking about?" That's a possibility because I am kind of creepy.
You don't give yourself enough credit, man. You're not as creepy
Sorry,
as you think
I'm
you are.
super creepy.
I mean, you do have a partially decapitated corpse in your background, but hey, who doesn't keep one of those in their back closet?
Everyone should get one. Everyone should
Absolutely.
have a part, but you got to get them fresh. If they, you just like bread, just like cheese. Corpses are not like a fine wine. They don't get better with age. Got to get them when they're fresh.
That is true. That is true. Let's see. Sorry, I am behind here. Crap. Oh,
Triv, you
cats,
are doing
12.
amazing. You are doing
Cats,
so much better than with me by myself. So thank you so
that's
much.
true of anything. A trained monkey could hit buttons, and get it right at some point. But
A trained monkey can't make cheddar cheese jokes though, as well as you. So
fair. That's fair. That's just part of being from Wisconsin, partially. Let's see. How would you feel if there was a Scooby-Doo game dedicated to Carl the Stuntman?
horrified, appalled, flummoxed, but slightly greedy because the more people who start Googling Carl the Stuntman, hey, they're probably going to see my channel and more money for me. So yeah, make a Carl the Stuntman game. What am I talking about? That'd be awesome.
Cats12812 says, "Hi Dad, love you. Have fun with the stream. Back to work I go."
I love you, sweetie. Have fun at work. I'm so sorry you got to work. And congratulations on the house. My daughter just bought a house recently with their boyfriend. So really nice, real place, nice place. I'm proud of her. I love her dearly, and I'm surprised that it's her fault. No, I want to say it's her fault, but in a kind way, that I'm even doing the Scooby videos. She's the one, when I was starting the YouTube channel 5-6 years ago, she kept telling me, "Hey Dad, you need to do something about Scooby. Make a Scooby video. Make that Scooby video about all the murders on Zombie Island. Do that. Do the video about the crimes of Scooby-Doo." And I did. And one of the videos went pretty well, and that's leads us to today. So,
Oh, very cool.
I know, I love her. She's a good kid.
Yes. If you ever do any rankings for the villains from Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp, I would gladly offer up my help as I'm a super fan of the game. That's T Fordham 13 says that.
I don't rule anything out. But again, the video games are on a, I guess if I don't like to, okay, I'm about to say I don't like to tier things, but that's all I do with I tier the villains. This villain is here. So obviously I enjoy tiering things. So I'm going to tier this right now. The TV series are the top tier. Then the movies are the tier after that. I would probably put the video games on a tier under the movies and above like comic books and graphic novels and things like that, simply because video games would have video footage that I could use for making my videos. Whereas if it's a comic book, or comic books are a pain to do anything with when it comes to making a YouTube video the way that I do them. So I don't rule anything out, but I've got so much time. I mean, it took me a month to get this last video done, and I lost a week and a few days for being in Cincy. I would love to try to work on my channel when I'm over there at my sister's, but unfortunately, it's not conducive to concentration. She has kids, so I'm being as kind as I can.
Let's see. Tella went back and listened briefly to a much older video, and wow, you sound massively different. I mean, 10 years will do that, but also the mic quality back then.
Mic quality, I had surgery, I think, when I first started. Yeah, my earliest videos, I had a thyroid. And then the videos, surprisingly, after the videos I did about my thyroid cancer, I no longer had a thyroid. And it did affect my voice a little bit, but even without the thyroid, hey, I'm getting old. When you get older, your voice tends to change. It's a little bit lower. It's more melodic.
Fair. Redhead 2948 asks, "How are you going to handle the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo? It's a different animal from the other series."
I'm definitely going to do it because I went through the hassle of buying it and digitizing everything. So I don't want to throw away all that work I did for that. I'm just not sure yet. I'm gonna have to watch an episode, do my normal note taking, and then go from there. I cannot say for certain how I'm going to handle something until it's actually in front of me. I those big voluminous pants that I fly by, I'm still flying on those by the time I get to the 13 ghosts. So I will find some way because they do still have bad guys. I mean, I may just rank because every bad guy is still going to have a scheme, and they're still going to design for their scheme, and they're still going to have the operation of that scheme. The biggest hurdle is going to be the outfit, and that may just be me ranking how scary they are compared to other contemporary monster outfits. I mean, I don't know.
Cross that bridge when you get to it, right?
Yes. I hope, except
All right, what
unless Carl the Stuntman's on the other side trying to shake me off of it, like that porn star.
What do you think of the unveiled cast of the new live-action Scooby-Doo series?
It's all over my feed, but I just am not really paying that much attention to it, honestly. I have a sneaking suspicion that they are going to take it in a direction that is not going to be as faithful to the heart and soul of the Scooby franchise. I'm not saying they're going to do that. I'm not hoping or expecting them to do that, but I think the odds are good they're going to take it in a direction that is not Scooby enough. Not as much as Velma. I hope to God, hope to bidet that they learned their lesson with Velma and they won't go that way. So I'm not saying I won't watch it. I'm not saying I won't discuss it or cover it or whatever, but I'm just going to keep focusing on those series that I'm working on and muscling my way through the 80s at this point. Sorry, we're in the 80s. I'm trying to get to the 2000s. I want to get to what's new Scooby-Doo. That is my light at the end of the tunnel. But there's a whole lot of 1980s in the way. Yes, that's what it feels like.
Absolutely. Let's see. Joseph Dixon says, "I owe Carl the Stuntman big time because your channel is about how stupid he was. Is how I found your channel."
Oh, my Scooby's Worst Villain video. I like how my thumbnail made it really ambiguous who that could be. This big bald shadow that was right there. I still can't believe. I mean, it's easy to say, well, Joe doesn't feel that way. It's just a bit that he's milking. No, I am still amazed that, what was it, 7 episodes in? I don't remember what episode it was, but they had the worst villain for the franchise. 7 episodes in on the original series, and they hit rock bottom for bad guys. That still floors me.
Any thoughts on tiers of special guest? Any thoughts on tiers of special guest stars in terms of how effective they are as guests and not just there?
I did a video a few years back about what I considered the worst guest stars were, and that one was one of the few Scooby videos I got that actually had a bit of a mixed kind of response to it. Admittedly, because it was a purely biased video I did on the reasons I dislike certain people, like Sonny Bono. I've never been much of a fan of Sonny Bono, and this may come as a surprise to a lot of you. I'm not much of a fan of Gene Simmons. So people who are fans of Sonny Bono or Gene Simmons didn't appreciate that video necessarily. So as far as doing another one of those with, it's too early, honestly, because that kind of video should wait until I've at least reached the Scooby-Doo and Guess Who era, where it's, you know, essentially the second coming of the new Scooby-Doo movies, where you've got the guest stars. Although it's probably better the later series, simply because Scooby-Doo has been such a major cultural icon. I guess it's safe to say he's an icon. That the guest stars in the 1970s series, a lot of them were at the bottom of their careers. They were, or a career lull. But in the Guess Who era, you had these people who grew up on Scooby-Doo wanting to be on Scooby-Doo. So they're like, hey, you know, I still make money at my normal career, but I still want to be on this show. Like Weird Al, for example. Great example of this phenomena. He's probably been a Scooby fan his whole life, and he would love to be on a Scooby show. So it would be better to wait until I actually would reach that era in the normal scheme of things. So I'll probably do that kind of video maybe around the year 2050, 2051, something like that, based on my current pace. Should I play?
Hey,
I just realized I've been answering all these questions. I haven't even touched
let's
the
see.
game.
That's your call, man. If because like I say, you're good at answering questions while you play. That's kind of
I'm gonna
up to you.
I'm gonna start the game. I'm gonna pause a little bit on answering questions, and just long enough to like get this up and running again. And I have no idea where I left this, to be brutally honest. So let's see what's going on here. Give me a second. Start. Okay. Oh, I'm in this room.
What room
Okay,
is
I'll
that?
take some more questions.
Okay, so let me see. How do you feel about the new Scooby-Doo anime?
Haven't seen it. It shows up in my suggestions on social media and stuff, but I haven't seen it.
All right. Okay, so there's two suggestions for ranking stuff. One person said, John C 1782 says, if you were able to rank Zombie Island, you can rank 13 Ghosts. And then Scooby-Doo World 817 says, for making a video about this game, maybe watch other people playing the game and do it how they do it, like kind of take a lead from that.
I'm glad you said that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No. Go. This is your. Yes, please do.
I'm in control here. Me.
I hope so.
Me.
You're the one pressing the buttons.
That's right. I have all the power. I control the horizontal and vertical, and the y-axis too. I'm glad you mentioned the thing about watching other videos. And some people have heard this before, and I apologize if I'm going over old ground, but I don't watch other Scooby channels or other Scooby YouTubers. And it's not an ego thing. It's not a jealousy thing. It's not, here, true story. And this, we're going back. This is before I started doing the villain ranking. So we're about 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it was. It was before I started the rankings. I had a great idea for a Scooby video. and it was so original too. I was just like, wow, what a good idea. This will make a great video. Maybe this will be the one that'll really get people thinking, hey, this is a good channel. I want to subscribe to it. And I had, as I do for a lot of my videos, I would give it some thought, think about it while I'm taking a shower, where am I in my other job, whatever, make notes. Then I'd sit down and I would start the script. Well, it just so happened at the time I was still on Twitter at that time, and I realized at some point I had started following another YouTuber who does a lot of Scooby stuff. And I realized, oh my god, I'm following this guy, but I've never actually watched his stuff. I must have followed him because he posted something on Twitter that was Scooby adjacent, or was otherwise something that made me follow him. So I followed him. And again, after I've been following for a while, I realized I never actually watched his stuff. So I pulled up his channel, and the first video I saw was the same topic that I had been setting to make my next video. And again, this was such an odd esoteric. Well, it was a weird title that not everybody would. Sorry, it's redneck mating season, so occasionally trucks are going by outside my studio here, and big rumbly trucks. So I think that got picked up by the mic. Apologize when that
I didn't hear
happens.
it.
Okay, good.
That's okay.
Maybe I'm having a stroke. So the very first video I saw on the site was the video that I was about ready to start making. And that scared the hell out of me, because I knew if I had made that video and uploaded it without knowing he had done his, if someone saw mine, they would have accused me of essentially plagiarizing this guy's idea. That scared the hell out of me, because I realized how close I was, even though I had not. It was one of those situations of what's the word? Parallel thinking, where some people have the same idea at the same time, totally unrelated to each other, and they pop their stuff out. It sucks when that happens, but I'm such a small channel and he's such a large channel. People would have just automatically assumed I had taken his idea. So from that moment on, I made myself my solemn promise never to seek out other Scooby YouTube channels, because I don't want to be influenced by their stuff, and B, I want to be able to say if I ever do have a situation where there was a parallel thinking and I came up with the same idea someone else did, like, look, I've made it my established policy for all these years. I don't watch other Scooby YouTubers. Yes, I could be lying. Everybody lies. But I'm doing the best I can to remain consistent about not seeing this stuff. Now, funny enough, I think it was last year, I was on Reddit, and that video got mentioned in Reddit. So I went on there and I told my little story about my small channel and this guy. And then the guy who made that video saw my post, and he came in and he said, hey, make it anyway. I'd be interested in seeing what you would come up with. So I've got his blessing to do that if I ever do, but I'm not going to, mainly because I'm focusing so much on the rankings now. But again, not everybody reads Reddit. Not everybody is familiar with this. So I just make it a rule not to watch other YouTubers, other Scooby YouTubers, for that reason. So I'm glad you brought that up. So if I do make a video based on this game, I would probably limit myself to just the footage that I've recorded as I'm doing these streams.
Let's see. Andrew-OL7 JH says, next week is my birthday and I want to say thank you for bringing so many laughs, and you inspire me when I write crossover fanfic.
I'm thrilled. I am honored. Thank you. That is very nice of you to say. I'm always so afraid of coming across as insincere when people compliment me like this, and I express my sincere thanks for that. I grew up with a mom, and I had a conversation with my sister about this while we were in Cincy. Mom raised us to not like being complimented. You will stay humble, never take compliments, never charge for helping people. Just really kept us as humble as she could make us. And I've realized over the course of my life that being too humble can also bug people too. So I'm still not great at getting compliments. So the only thing I can do is say honestly, thank you for saying so. I really appreciate that. It does mean the world to me. And I know I keep saying that particular phrase over and over again, but bad mic. Don't you do that. The mic jumped out. The mic jumped out and hit my hand. So I'm if anybody likes my stuff, first of all, that always amazes me because I don't think I'm that good. But when you guys do like my stuff and do say that, I'm humbled, I'm amazed, I'm appreciative. Thank you so much.
Well, you deserve it, man. You wouldn't have the sub count that you do, and you wouldn't have so many dedicated folks in chat if you weren't good at this, and if you didn't bring a certain certain awesomeness to this. So take the goddamn compliment and just tell the people in your chat thank you.
I know I've told myself plenty of times, take the bidet damned compliment. So
that could be your next T-shirt.
Oh
the
my
day.
God. Oh, here's the guilt knife. Guilt. I really need to work on my merch store more. I've got a couple of ideas for some shirts. I need to get with the artist that I use and send her stuff and ideas, and I just keep putting it off and forgetting about it, and then I remember it, and then I put it off. I'm the worst YouTuber.
Yo, you're just awful. Like I can't think of another one named Joe Goes Over that's as bad as you. My goodness. And I'm gonna make it worse for you. You're gonna be blushing all over the place. Steve Gumbo Appleton says you're awesome, man. Brings me hours of entertainment with your viddies.
If I could blush, I would be all red. But I'm
Here's another one. Julie Anthony says, hello, Joe. Wanted to say I love your channel and I consider you a friend I've never met. Love listening to your videos while I work. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Just, I got to stress something. I've had people say that before. You remember, you only see the me that, and this goes for every YouTuber out there, every TV person out there, every movie person out there. You only see a very curated version of the person on screen. I'm not trying to say I'm a complete bad person in real life, but in real life, I'm boring. I am so boring. I mean, all my friends moved out of the state. That should tell you how boring I am. None of them stayed. They all moved away. It's my state. The state I live in is awful. So they get the hell out of the state. I'm just kind of trapped here because of different obligations. But I absolutely appreciate the sentiment. But just remember, again, me or anybody else, you only see a curated version. That's why I script everything. If you watch one of these live streams next to one of my videos, you're gonna see a whole lot more pauses and and you're gonna hear a lot more breathing, because that's something I got to cut out of a lot of my videos. So that is very nice of you to say. I am humbled by that. I appreciate it so much. And I'm probably being more down on myself than maybe I should be when it comes to this. But yeah, I see YouTubers that I'm like, I would love to hang with those guys. Those guys probably seem the most fun. But then I got to remember, I'm only seeing what they're letting us see. So, I mean, I do, I'm not going to say the channel, but I remember once watching one of their live streams, and now granted, their personality wasn't that much different on the live stream, but they certainly didn't come across nearly as fun on the live stream compared to how they appear on the normal videos that they produce. So that really made me stop and think, I would like to hang out with the ones who appear on screen, not necessarily the ones that are actually there in real life. So just be careful. Be careful where you focus your affection,
Your interest?
I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so I got a few more for you, and I know I'm going to make you blush more. So, Kevin Cox 7784 says, "Joe, having you mention my visual graph and giving compliments warms my heart. I mean it."
It's so important. That's something. If people send me fan art or send me stuff like your graph, it's important to showcase this stuff because creativity is so important in life. Everybody needs to be encouraged to create. I don't care if you make something that's like the Mona Lisa, or as I said earlier in one of my comments, Mona Lisa, or just you write fan fiction, or you draw stuff from DeviantArt, or anything you do, make YouTube videos, whatever. Always try to be creative. Always express yourself. So that's why I love showcasing when people send me the fan art, or they send me, like Andreas Buckley is doing his modified figures. He's taking figures, making them into Scoobies. Your graph. I think I'm missing somebody, and I'm so sorry, old man brain. But yeah, keep sending the stuff in. I mean, not every video, obviously. Like I've mentioned before, you probably want to wait to send me an updated list when like I finished a series. But anything I can do to encourage creativity on anyone else, because it's that important.
Absolutely. Oh, let's see. So you are Joseph Dixon says you are the best Scooby-Doo YouTuber.
It's
Let's
such
see what
a
else have we got.
huge field. There are dozens of us, literally dozens of us. For the Arrested Development reference.
T Fordham 13 IDK says, "I wouldn't call you boring. You seem like a fun grandpa."
I'm not a grandpa yet. None of my kids have had kids yet. I don't want to be a grandpa. I keep telling my kids, don't have any kids. I love my son, and if he was still, I think he might have popped in or out of stream. I don't remember. But I tell him all the time he's a mistake because he wasn't planned. And I always let him know that he's loved and always has been loved. But I also want to stress you weren't planned, and it's not easy when you're not prepared to have a kid when you have one. So, and again, calling him a mistake, some people would hear that and be like, this is the biggest asshole biggest butthole I have ever heard in my life. Our family is very upfront with our humor. We are very, very dark. Our humor is Vanta black. So we have thick skins. So when we make jokes that others might find appalling, we take it with the love in which it was meant. So I just realized I casually I told my son he's a mistake. Yeah, when he came out of the womb, nobody wants you, nobody loves you, kid. Nothing like that. But when I talk to him as an adult, I flat out tell him, dude, you weren't planned. So, don't have a kid unless you're really ready to. Really, it's being selfish because I don't
Speaking
want to be
of
stuck.
that, Chris, your son Chris is in chat right now and says, "Love you, Dad."
Oh, love you too, kid. You're not at work. Why aren't you work? Oh, that's right. You got work early. My son literally lives in the same building as I do, separate apartments, so he's not living with the parents. But yeah, I tell him all the time, don't give me grandkids, mainly because I don't want to be stuck babysitting. I have done my time dealing with kids. I have had there's a 15-year age gap between myself and my brother and sister. So I was 14, 15, and plus I had all these cousins that came before them. I've been dealing with babies since I was probably 12. I'm I'm done. I'm done
Oh,
dealing with kids.
well, you got your first donation. Actually, got your first two donations.
Oh,
Good Samaritan Gaming. I apologize. I meant to catch this earlier, but I got caught up in other questions and the compliments. Good Samaritan Gaming, 1987 or
thank you.
1997 sends $10. I can't be a member because I'm working on getting disability, but I have some extra money
Oh,
this month from odd jobs. Considering how much I love Scooby-Doo, I wanted to make sure to give it to you.
I appreciate that. Again, just watching and being part of my stuff, that is good enough. But I will take your gift in the spirit in which it was given, and thank you very much. That's very nice of you. And oh my God, all the best luck getting the disability. That is a. If, I'm assuming you're in the United States. Europe probably has it easier, but here in the United States, trying to get disability, depending upon what state you live in, is a nightmare, or frequently a nightmare. The hoops they make you go through, it's so bad. And this is for my European people out there. It's so bad trying to get on disability here in the United States. You frequently have to hire your own attorney to plead your case against the government, against the state government, to get you on disability. It is ridiculous. It is just the worst. So all the luck in the
They
world.
say they're in Virginia, so we'll see.
Well, Virginia is one of the better states, politically speaking, when it comes to taking care of their citizens. I live in a state that is not. So
Oof.
good luck. There was
Virginia
a,
is a better state if you are a lover.
well, which is weird because virgin would imply you're not a lover,
They're
right?
lover, just not that level.
I guess,
They
yeah.
like
I
them
guess
for their brain.
platonic love, the platonic lover's state, clearly.
It's a
Virginia.
starter zone for lovers, Street Cat Day says.
There we go. That'll work. Everyone's got to start
Apparent
somewhere.
Absolutely. Redhead 2948 says I'm in Virginia and it's a terrible place to get it.
I'm sorry. That sucks. That really sucks.
You do have another donation here too from Andrew. Let's see. Sorry, Andra. I'm sorry, Andra. Andra DeGraw 2376. They're giving 9.99, and they say you are an absolute inspiration. Can't wait to get a shirt, Joe. When can we expect a bloopers reel? And then there was a smug face.
Okay, let me scroll up. Let me scroll up.
It'll be yellow.
There we go. Hi, Andre. Yes.
I apologize
Uh,
for screwing your name. I
no,
apologize.
don't apologize to him. Trust me. Uh, um, well, thank you, Andre. Again, wasn't necessary, but it's appreciated. Thank you again. Just watching is good enough. Sorry I wasn't there helping with your computer earlier, but as you can see, that's what I'm doing tonight. Oh, did you order one of my shirts? No, it's there in the merch store if you haven't already. But answering your question, when can we expect a bloopers reel? Probably never, mainly because, which is also funny because I was literally talking to Triv about this earlier today. A blooper reel for one of my videos would get very boring right away because it's just me saying the F word over and over and over again. Sometimes, occasionally separated with me swearing about rednecks going by in their pick 'em up trucks in the street in front of my studio where I record. So it's not so bad now with my new mics that I use, my lab mics. They're better at catching just this, but my old mics would catch everything. And during redneck mating season, when the truck's going around when they're trying to attract a mate, ruined so many of my takes. So the F word and saying bad things about rednecks. You don't need a blooper
Well, you
reel.
can say say the F word again because you got two now. Joseph Dixon just gave you $10. Here you go,
Oh,
Joe, from
thank you.
Joseph to Joe.
Aren't you you're one of my supporters already, I thought. Thank you. It's appreciated. Um, did he have a question or?
No, just
Oh,
that.
oh well, thank
Just
you very
that.
much. I appreciate
And the
it.
one that's really gonna make you say, well, first off, 3 Cat Day says bloopers reel. You mean live stream?
This is practically a, yeah, I mean, it's, you're getting unfiltered Joe here. This but again, a lot less of the F words. It's nothing but F words when I screw up on camera. That's the first thing I go to. F this, or I just rip myself a new one because I wrote something poorly. I was sitting there. I'm not exaggerating on those. I mean, okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but when I talking and I wrote myself a tongue twister, and I will realize that as I'm reading it out loud after my second or third read through, and I'm like, why did I write this? Why am I doing this to myself? So that's when I will do my just to see how many times I can get it out. And very seldom do I make it to 10
Well,
because,
speaking of 10, 3 Cat Day just did 10 gifted memberships for folks in chat.
oh my God, dude, you did that last time. It's appreciated. I thank you. You don't have to do that, but it's definitely
Just say
appreciated.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now on the downside, you just made narrator Joe's life a whole lot more complicated with my next video because of all these thank yous I'm gonna have to do. I used to just read the names, John Smith 123. Thank you, John Smith 123. Fred Smith 456. Thank you. But I felt after watching another YouTuber who thanks people, I started feeling more obligated to, go give it a little bit of a playfulness to it. I'm starting to regret that now because it took a long time doing the. Usually when I get to the Patreon part, I save that for last. When I do any of my videos, I save the Patreon thanks for last when I'm filming because that way I can, if I get any last minute Patreon and YouTube memberships pop up, that way I don't miss anybody because it's very important to me to thank everyone who was nice enough to donate to my channel. It's the very least I can do. It's very important to thank them personally with a shout out and to include them in the credits, the supporter credits. So I wait to the last minute. So usually it's always been a quick, all right, go to my thing, do the search for Patreon, find the new ones, make my notes, copy paste, and do that. But then the YouTube membership is trickier because it's not as easy to pull up a list of people who joined as it is with Patreon. The YouTube membership is totally different kettle of fish, very difficult. But now that I've kind of decided, okay, let's take it up a notch. People were nice. I need to give them more than just a quick read of their name. Talk to them, give them a little bit more. Which was okay when it was just like 3 or 4, but now it's like 10, 15. Like, oh, this may sound funny coming from someone who's this size, but I think I may have bit off more than I can chew with this. So,
Well, it's not going to change at all in the next few minutes because Zeklar gave you $10 in celebration of your brand new journey in streaming. And don't
thank
forget, we
you.
figured out Andra's computer
Oh,
with a
huh.
smug face.
Okay, okay. Well, what was the username?
Zeklar?
Zeckler.
Zeqlar?
Okay, Zek. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. And I feel really terrible now because I just realized I actually have a USB drive with Windows 11 already installed on it, and from like a couple months ago. So I should have just let you borrow that. But you kind of hit me with that right as I'm getting ready to do this. So that's your fault. But thank you. I appreciate that. Again, not necessary, but appreciated. Thank you. Yes, these are
uh,
people who I know rather well in real life.
nice. Berkey, or yeah, sorry, Berkey, yes,
Quit.
hi yo, how you doing? And then they gifted 5 more gift memberships.
Wow, thank you. I'm feeling real awkward with this.
The space cooked, he says
Thank
the
you so
space, or they
much.
say the space cook decided to gift you 5 more.
Well, well, or should I say, well, thank you. That was my very bad Space Gook impression, by the way. That was terrible. I need to stop doing impressions. I can kind of do Kermit the Frog, and I can kind of do Cleveland from Family Guy. I almost said the Family Show, and that's not right. But otherwise, my impersonations are terrible. But thank you. That was very nice of you. Wow, I'm gonna have to spend most of my next video just doing the Patreon and membership thank yous at this point.
Uh, it's not going to get any better for the next couple minutes because Redhead 2948 gifted you 965 and says, "I love to see an actual Scooby-Doo slasher movie. Hey, it worked for the Banana Split Gang and Winnie the Pooh."
We kind of got that with Velma, didn't we? I mean, not probably not in the way in which you'd have wanted it, but I mean, Velma with all the murders and stuff. I mean, we kind of see when they went to an extreme with the Scooby stuff. I don't think you would see the Winnie the Pooh type slasher film with Scooby Doo until or unless Scooby goes public domain. And since Scooby was 1969, I don't think Scooby's going to be public domain in most of our lifetimes. So it's not likely. It would be interesting. I grant you that. But there's a part of me that just kind of wants Scooby to stay pure. Not it's why I'm not a prude. I'm so far from being a prudish person. But I also think that some things are just better left unsullied. That's why I don't appreciate when there's like Scooby porn images or fanfic that goes to those kind of extremes. I'm not offended by it. Again, very few things. Ignorance offends me, but bad taste doesn't offend me like that. So if that's what people want to be creative with, that's fine. It's not my cup of tea. So I don't know if I would like to see a Scooby slasher like that, simply because it kind of takes it away from the heart of the Scooby franchise. Now, having said that, I guess what they did with the Scooby Natural wasn't bad. That had plenty of gore and violence in it, slasher type stuff. So I guess it would depend on, like everything, how it's how it's done. I just don't know. You'd have to be really talented to take Scooby into the slasher genre.
Well, I'm trying to think of a good transition for this, but I don't have one. Matthew Barrett 7016 gave you $50.
Thanks,
And
Matt.
he says, "Hey Joe, always love hearing you talk so enthusiastically about things at length. That video about Ernie Hudson losing screen time is the best, and I wish it had more views. Any chance you could talk about that a little bit?"
Um, sure. This that's remember me earlier saying I don't want grandkids because I spent a lot of my life as a kid taking care of babies already. Well, there's a reason I bring that up right now, Matt. Thank you. But you paid, so I'm gonna go there. What Matt's referring to is an old video I did, not Scooby related. So I'm sorry if I'm going off on a not Scooby tangent, but it's a Ghostbusters tangent. And hey, who doesn't like the Ghostbusters? Um, well, Dickless, I guess he's kind of not a fan of theirs. And Kurt Fuller from Ghostbusters 2, I guess. Anyway, um, when I was younger, like really young in the 90s, a friend of mine worked for a local satellite installer. And the company also sold Laserdisc players. That's how far back this goes. And high end AV equipment. And they had a magazine, an industry magazine, which at the time I read an article, or swear to God, I read an article where Ernie Hudson, the fourth Ghostbuster, had sued the people who did the pan and scan of the first Ghostbusters movie when they took it from the widescreen and formatted it for televisions for VHS release. And he sued them because he lost a lot of his screen time because, unfortunately, Ernie Hudson was always on the far left or the far right, far right, far left, whichever direction works for you guys. And because of the way pan and scan works, he was chopped off, so he lost a lot of his uh, screen time from that. So, years later, when I'm trying to think of an idea for a YouTube video, because this is before Scooby became the main focus of my channel, or before I accepted that Scooby was the main focus of my channel, and I couldn't find anything at all about this lawsuit that I was swore that I had heard about all those years ago, or read about all those years ago. So I couldn't find it. And I looked and looked and looked and looked and looked and looked, nothing out there. So then I thought, okay, well, I can still do a video on this. What would be the odds of a lawsuit like that happening? Did Ernie Hudson lose a lot of screen time in Ghostbusters? So I dug out my original VHS copy of Ghostbusters from my attic. And when I say original, I mean it was the copy of Ghostbusters that a video store would have had, because in those days, 1986, I think was when I got it. It was because I think 84 was when Ghostbusters came out. Um, they weren't selling VHS tapes for home use. You had to rent them. They weren't priced at the point where people could just buy them. They were expensive. And I paid $90 in 1986, which was like $230 in today's money. Excuse me. I had wings for dinner. $230 for this used VHS copy from a video store. And it still works. It still plays to this day, which amazes me. So I took that VHS tape, digitized it, so I had a good first copy of the original pan and scan of Ghostbusters. Then I took a Blu-ray, and I had the digitized copy of the Blu-ray, and I overlaid the video, and every time Ernie Hudson's scene came up, I cataloged how much of his screen time he lost. Screen with an N time that he had lost. And long story short, after going through all that stuff, he lost a significant chunk of his screen time through the pan and scan. So the idea of a lawsuit made sense. He did suffer uh, for this release. Then, as I'm going on further with this, um, or part of my reasoning for if this lawsuit had merit was Ghostbusters 2, when it came out on VHS at the time, was a weird release because it was partially pan and scan and partially letterboxed. What I mean by that, God, I'm speaking like everybody knows what I mean by pan and scan. Back in the day, when they needed to take a rectangle movie, on the screen here, lean over a little bit. Nope, other direction. There we go. They needed to take a rectangle movie and make it square. What they would do is they would move the camera that they were using to convert the film to videotape, and they would move it left and right to keep it centered on the action, panning and scanning. So you would always lose some from the right or some from the left. But for the Ghostbusters 2 VHS tape, instead of shrinking it down to a square and panning and scanning, they only shrank it a little bit. They still shrank it a little bit. So you still lost some of the stuff on the edges, but you still had the black bars on top, which at the time was weird as hell for all of us who weren't used to it. I hated letterbox back in the day when I first saw it because all I could see were these black bars on the top and bottom. They were very distracting. But why would they do that for Ghostbusters 2, but they didn't do it for Ghostbusters 1? And they didn't do it for any of the other, or very many of the other movies out there. What was it about Ghostbusters 2 that made them decide to keep it kind of letterboxed? A lawsuit by Ernie Hudson would probably do something, because then they'd be like, okay, well, we don't want to get sued again. How can we make sure he doesn't lose his screen time? Let's be safe and just do a partial letterbox and a partial pan and scan. So I had to order from eBay a Ghostbusters 2 VHS tape, which surprisingly worked, digitized it, compared it to the Blu-ray, and yes, Ernie Hudson lost a lot less screen time. So everything was starting to make sense that this lawsuit was a thing. Then I listened to one of the commentary of the original Ghostbusters, and Harold Ramis complained about Harold Ramis losing screen time. So then I'm like, okay, did Harold Ramis really be the one who lost the most from this? So I spent another week, because this was time consuming. This was not something that took an hour to knock out. This took me weeks to do this video. But I spent another week doing the exact same thing, but for Harold Ramis. And yes, he lost a ton of screen time, and he actually had it worse in Ghostbusters 2, which is funny because when they did the shot compositions in Ghostbusters and Ghostbusters 2, in the original Ghostbusters, it was always the three Ghostbusters and Ernie Hudson on one side or the other. In Ghostbusters 2, a lot of those same shots, it was Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, and Ernie Hudson, and Harold Ramis was on the ends. So he got cropped out with the normal pan and scan. So as much as I would like to think that there was this lawsuit that Ernie Hudson brought up, it may be more because Harold Ramis, who had more pull as the writer and bigger star of these movies, he might have been the reason they went with that weird pan and scan in the second Ghostbusters film. So that's what Matt wanted me to talk about, that video that I did. And that is probably the one video I am most proud of on my channel. Um, but it's not Scooby related, so I don't even think it even has 1,000 views. But in terms of effort and research and time spent, that's probably the one I'm most proud of. Oops. My microphone keeps jumping out at me. Bad microphone.
Sounds like a deer.
Yes. You're a
Well,
deer
speaking
too.
of things jumping out at you, Berkey 191 says, I believe Scooby-Doo will go public domain in 2044, and they gave $20.
Thank you for the $20. Be careful who you ask on when something's going to go public domain, because you might get multiple answers.
Yeah, someone else mentioned that there was going public domain in 2065. So
It's
Double
they
Shot
keep
Danny said that.
they
So
keep changing the laws. The other day, for one, I don't remember, it was like 1 or 2 videos ago, I needed to know when Frankenstein was going to go went public domain. Frankenstein's already public domain, but I needed to know when the original novel went public domain. I couldn't find anything online. In desperation, I used one of the clankers. I used an AI. I I do use AI occasionally for some things. One of my jobs that I work for, I have to use it. I don't like it. It's awful for everything, but unfortunately, it's one of those tools that's in my bailiwick that I am forced to use. Well, in desperation, and frankly, this is probably a good for me to say this because it puts things in perspective for how little you can trust AI. I asked AI, when did Frankenstein go public domain? It gave me 4 different answers, because every time it gave me an answer, I asked it, are you sure that's the year it went public domain? Then it popped back with, oh, you're right. We made a mistake. Actually, it went public domain this year because of this law. It's like, are you sure? Nope, you're right. We made a mistake. It was this year because of this law. Are you sure? You're right. We made a mistake. It was this year. Never trust a clanker to give you a good answer for anything. And what's worse is they are so confident about their wrong answers. It's the world we live in now is just, well, anyway. So don't trust when something is supposed to go public domain, at least as far as the clankers go.
you know who you can trust? You can trust Kevin Cox 7784. He gifted you €5 and says, I hope these euros help you.
You're a great guy. Oh, I'm sitting in my own fumes from the curry I ate earlier today, and the wings I had for dinner. But that doesn't smell as bad as that pun I just made right now.
Hey, I thought it was pretty good. And, I am a master of puns. You know this.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Um, One
But
other thing
thank
that you
you.
do know is Troka the Nero gifted you 50 Swedish krona. I'm not 100% sure how that translates into US currency, but they say, well, it's 1 a.m. here in the land of IKEA, so I should probably get to bed. Love the videos, always makes a day better. Have a great rest of the stream.
Troka, thank you so much for supporting me as you always have here for so long now. I really appreciate it. I actually have I mentioned Sweden-ish in my next video, believe it or not. It's not a joke at Sweden's expense, but they are part of the joke that I make. Sweden is part of it, but it's not a joke about Sweden. So look forward to that.
And then you also have from Meowist for Life, 4.99. I wonder what would happen if I told Joe that I use his streams to keep myself entertained while on the treadmill.
It's awesome. I I I get such a kick out of it when people say that, because I've been through a lot of surgeries uh, over the last 10, 15 years. I've had my gallbladder removed. I've had kidney stone surgery. I've had hernia surgery because the gallbladder left a little hole in my stomach that had to be meshed shut. I've had 2 thyroid surgeries. Now that I think about it, I had a scope up me through the groin because they thought it was that I had a heart attack. It was cancer. Jokes on them. Um, but I always have a long recovery time when I'm stuck in bed. Oh, had radiation for the cancer. I had to go through radiation. So I was alone, stuck in a bedroom, and Red Letter Media got me through all my surgeries. I would just watch their shows, just their playlist, and it just got me through recovery. So it means a lot to me when people tell me, hey, I watch your stuff on repeat or in the background when I'm doing things. I had surgery myself, but I'm watching your stuff while I'm recovering. I'm on the treadmill, which good for you. Keep it up. Keep it up. Oh my God. Don't end up like this. Keep active. So how would I react? I'm thrilled. I am honored. I'm amazed. I'm humbled. Um, Still mostly amazed. Still mostly amazed. I don't occasionally, very occasionally, because what's great about my viewers, the people who comment in the comments, I so seldom get any negative comments. At least not on the Scooby stuff. I get a few negative comments if it's regarding some of the old movie reviews I did years ago and things like that. But for the Scooby, everybody has been so nice. Um, Train off the track. Where was I going with that? Everyone's cool. Everyone's great that watches. I
You
completely
don't get
forgot what I was
negative
going to
comments
say.
for the most part?
I just we were watching other talking about watching other channels when we're doing things during recovery. Oh, now I remember. Now I remember. But occasionally I get a few. If I get a negative comment, and they try to rip on me for something. You're not funny. You look like Uncle Fester let himself go. Things like that. I'm like, do you think there's anything you can say that's going to be worse than how what I say to myself when it comes to my videos? Nobody hates what I do more than me. I am my own worst critic. So, um, when people say that they watch my stuff regularly and they use it as background music, etc., um, I'm just amazed because I don't see it myself. Occasionally, I do laugh at my own stuff. I do occasionally get a kick out of something. I'll be like, "Wow, this is good! Oh my God, someone should pay me to make this stuff. This is awesome." That does happen. That does happen occasionally, but usually everything I put out there, I'm like, "Well, here we go. More crap on the internet." So, thank you. I really appreciate hearing that. It means a lot.
This is back a bit, but it's hilarious. The Three Cat Day says, "Sucker, it wasn't a heart attack, it was cancer. Take that, nerds."
That's that's what I say. I know they were looking at my tests and they're like, "Well, we checked your heart. We had this big spike, and obviously looking at me, you would think heart attack. It's a heart attack, stroke, diabetes. That's what you'd think looking at me." So they rammed the scope up there, and they didn't find anything. They actually said my heart was in surprisingly good condition, just slightly enlarged, just a little bit of enlarged. Now, granted, this has been like, 8 years ago, so it's probably just on its last legs now, for all I know. But at the time, they were surprised. So then, when they started doing other tests, that's when they discovered that my THS levels, which is what measures how well your thyroid is producing chemicals, it was at a 5, and it should have been only at a 4. And that's when they took me in, scanned my neck, and found a 2 centimeter mass that's not supposed to be there. So yeah, that's how I put it. Thought it was a heart attack? Joke's on you, it was cancer. Because did I mention my family has a dark sense of humor? Very dark. Fanta black humor. I mean, for God's sake, I've got my mom's ashes in an hourglass on my entertainment center, and I got a quote from Ghostbusters 2 on it. Okay? That's the kind of family we have. I'm not kidding.
Awesome.
I would
No, I
gladly,
don't doubt it.
I would gladly grab the hourglass and bring it out here just to show. The problem is they did a poor job making the hourglass. So if I actually use it like an hourglass, I got mom all over my desk, all over my hands. So I leave it alone for a while. I know what it will take to fix it. I need to order some gaskets to put in at the top and the bottom of this thing because it's brass and glass. I just haven't got around to it. As long as nobody messes around with it, it's fine. I should probably warn the cleaners never to move it. I keep forgetting to mention it to them.
That would be good because then she might haunt them.
Well, I'm not even joking. I really should tell that to my cleaners so they don't decide to do a really good job of moving the stuff. Or they might be curious, is this a real hourglass? That would be pretty horrifying. I mean, oof. I was horrified the first couple of times I got mom all over me. After that, I'm like, thanks, mom. That kind of stuff. It's par for the course now. I mean, you get to a certain age, you're not as. I mean, when I was holding mom originally, when we went to the crematorium and got the big plastic box that she's in, the big plastic bag inside, I had some emotions. It was difficult to. Now I'm used to it. I walk past her every day. Hey, mom. Sorry, I wasn't a doctor. Didn't go to college. Sorry. So.
You still do a lot for folks.
As long as it's for folks. I'm not doing stuff to folks. So is everyone enjoying the video game?
Chat. You got 53 people here right now that are here because they appreciate what you do, and you got so many others that watch you on the regular, and that says a lot about you as a person, man.
It's appreciated. I feel like I just started. Everyone, come on here and tell me how great I am. Woohoo!
Oh, for God's sake!
It feels weird.
I'm gonna drive over there and kick your ass just for being goofy. Yes, I know I said ass. So
anything that gets you out of the Western Midwest and over here to the more civilized Eastern Midwest.
I think I'll stay in the Western Midwest.
Yes, we don't have accents. we don't all sound like we're from Fargo over there in your neck of the woods.
I only sound like Fargo on purpose.
usually you get enough malort in you, then you start really going
that's
full.
Fair.
My God, I can't remember the actress's name. The actress from Fargo.
Frances McDormand.
Thank you. Yep. Sounds too much like Ian McDermott, the Emperor.
That's fair. on that. Speaking of, this has nothing to do with wood chippers, but somehow I will transition it. You got another donation from Berkey0191, and I will get your name right before this stream is over. $10. I have a question for both of you. Spanning all 50 plus years of Scooby-Doo, what is your favorite villain, costume, or monster? The new Scooby-Doo Mysteries Open is a top 3 in the franchise.
Space Kook so far still. I have to do that. I have to say Space Kook purely for the psychological horror it caused me as a child. One of my Scooby videos, or no, not even a Scooby video. It was one of my. I did a video about stupid things I believed as a child, and I told the story about how a couple of evil uncles of mine convinced me that I killed my aunt. And in the course of that video, I mentioned how I would run. I think that was the video. Oh my god, maybe it's not. Anyway, there's a bit of me running screaming out of the room when the Scooby-Doo theme comes on, and that's a true story. When I was 3, 4, however old I was, when I would hear that of the bat, that's my bad impression. The bats flying on the screen and the drum beats going, Scooby Dooby Doo. I would be out of the room screaming, turn the TV, because I was scared to death of that show. And it's because of the effing space kook, that laugh, that if Death himself stepped on a Lego, that is the laugh, that is the scream he would have. Space Kook. So just in terms of the impact on my life, Space Kook. No contest.
For myself, I always had a fond spot for Captain Cutler. I don't know, I know it's not a particularly interesting
no, it's
costume, but I always just thought it was really cool.
old diving suits were creepy as hell.
They
So
were.
no, there's nothing wrong with that. Plus, that guy tried. He went with the glow. He smeared himself with the phosphorescent paint. He tried to kill the kids. Okay, Cutler was a good villain. Cutler was a good one.
Wahoo! Let's see here. I apologize. Let me see where I need to go here.
Triv, you are doing so much, but you have been so much help. Thank you. God, thank you for doing this.
Of course. I'm happy to be here to help. Let's see. T Fordham 13 says you do look like Uncle Fester.
I do. I've thought about, I think I mentioned the last stream, there's a couple of costume ideas I would like to do when I'm filming, and one of those is Uncle Fester. I think it'd be hilarious if I did an episode as Uncle Fester, but it would have to be the Jackie Coogan Uncle Fester, the one from the 50s TV show. But trying to find that particular outfit is tricky. Plus,
I can bet.
Plus just every time I've disguised myself in one of my videos, it's been horrible. It has been just the worst. When we did our collaboration, when I was wearing that Santa beard, oh my god, that sucked. Oof. And I can hear myself as the video goes along. It took me a while to get used to. It took me a while to get used to having that beard on because it constricted my face. So I had to try to talk through the beard. And then when Dan and I did our collaboration, and I wore that little monocle, oh my god, that was just the worst. So plus I'm in terrible shape. I get tired super easily, and I generally record my videos over the course of 2 to 4 days, few hours at a time. And I already wear a little bit of makeup now anymore because I've got blemishes. And I think I said this in my last video or my last live stream. It's not a vanity thing. It's purely an editing decision, because a little bit of makeup takes some of the shine off. And when you see a big red splotch here or there, it's distracting for the viewer. So it's not a vanity thing. I know what I look like. But the idea of putting Uncle Fester makeup on, recording for an hour, and then taking it off, and then putting it back on again in another couple of days, it sounds exhausting. Almost as exhausting as if I just sat and did a marathon recording session. which is super exhausting, which I've done a few times. Not this trip, but the last time I went to Cincy, no, it was Christmas because I was rushing to get our collaboration around. I spent the whole Saturday recording like 6, 7 hours all in a row,
Wow.
and it takes a lot out of me. An hour
Oh, I can admit.
takes a lot out of me. So yeah, I would like to do an Uncle Fester, but it's painful to think about.
Plus, how would you keep your hair looking good, you know?
I know that's the hardest part. I mean, I spend a lot of time and effort with my quaff that's up here. So yeah, try to make sure it's the same every take, because it's so lustrous. Oh, the hair in my head. I thought you were talking about my shoulder hair.
I mean,
Oh no,
that's
that's
okay too, you
that's what
know.
the shirt's for. I am really hairy. Oh my god. My wife wants us to go down to a massage parlor here in the big city for our anniversary next week. And I'm like, I don't hate anyone enough to make them touch me for a massage. So I'll probably take her down. I'll have her enjoy her massage, and I'll just sit there reading my Japanese light novel on my phone while she's in the booth or whatever they're doing for that, because I couldn't imagine someone taking my shirt off. There's there's a movie in the 90s. I don't know. I never saw the movie other than this one scene, but I still remember this movie. It was a made for TV movie called Tricks of the Trade, and it starred Marky Post from Night Court and Cindy Williams from Laverne and Shirley. And Marky Post played a prostitute, and Cindy Williams played a housewife whose husband was murdered. I think was murdered, and he was a customer of Marky Post. So she was trying to investigate his murder. So Marky Post convinced her to pretend she was a prostitute. All I remember, there was a scene where she had to give a guy a massage, and they took their shirt off, and it was like just a sea of back hair, a forest of back hair, a lush golf course, an expensive master's golf course of back hair. And she's sitting there going, ew, the whole time pushing up against it. And I can only imagine that's what it would be like if someone was going to give me a back massage. So why am I talking about body hair?
I have no idea, but that's okay.
I'm the worst YouTuber.
Oh, you are absolutely atrocious. That's why so many people are here to hang out with you and to do all the rest.
Have
And
we?
speaking of that, let's see, where is it? Uh oh crap, I lost it. Three Cat Day a little bit back says, "Wait, this isn't the Tell Joe how great he is stream. You've also been called the Patch Adams of the modern age. You heal with laughter." Uh, yeah, this isn't the Joe appreciation and give him sub stream. Wink. Let's see
Patch
what else is there.
Adams? Okay. I've.
It he healed with laughter. That was his thing.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'm coming to the party. I'm good. I never get invited to parties. But
Woo!
I'm coming to this. I'm coming to this party. I'm crashing this party.
That's
Um,
okay.
I mean, I don't have. I suppose this could be my clown nose, I guess. Ah, okay. That was a mistake. I haven't dusted my shelves in quite a long time. Um, Ever, actually. I've never dusted these shelves since I put the studio up here several years ago. So, yeah, this pretty bad in here. That was a mistake.
Good Samaritan Gaming says, "I'm here for the Scooby-Doo game. Joe is just a bonus." Wink.
I'm so sorry. I started,
She, they're
I
they're
start,
making they're making fun of you.
I know, but I legitimately, I legit, Turn the controller on. I got so far. I got the controller turned on. I started this. I hit continue. Hit continue. Then I remembered this room from the last time I played, and this sucks. Trying to get past this fucking ghost. Oh, and then they put the save thing right there, so I gotta try to get. God, all right.
Oh no!
Suck at this game. This. Okay.
Double shot Danny straight up says, "Oh, it's this room."
Yes, this room is terrible. And again, what makes it so difficult is the fact
Apparently
that
you can kill the ghost.
how can I kill the ghost? How do
They retracted their message. Maybe you can't kill the ghost.
I just tried using the helmet bash and it didn't do anything. Okay. Okay. All right.
Salt gun.
Okay. I gotta. Oh, wait. Get. You son of a bitch.
Oh no!
Run!
Oh. You know what? I need to see if
Sorry
there's like
about
a
that,
game
Joseph.
genie code for this. Okay. All right. I gotta do this smart.
You can do it.
I think I gotta wait until. This game is frustrating because you can't change the camera angle. Like if I could see in that direction. Okay, so I'll let it go up. Okay. So I wait for this ghost to come down. Does he go? Oh, son of a bitch. Any other questions?
Joe? Oh, sorry. If Joe was if Joe was a Scooby villain, they would put a shirt of him to reveal his identity. LOL. It's not a Sasquatch. It's Joe Goes Over.
I am a Sasquatch. Yes. Occasionally I will be brave enough to shave my back at least. So I've got this giant razor on a stick. It's meant for hirsute individuals like myself to be able to. And the last time I did it, I looked like I was mauled by a bear because it was a fresh razor and it just sliced my back to ribbons. So, which made it great when I was using soap to wash it later, because soap and open wounds. Because I use bar soap. I'm one of those old men. I use the old Eiter Spring soap, and it's extra stingy.
Well, it just means it's working if it's doing that.
Yes.
I do have some questions from earlier, and I apologize because I didn't get the chance to kind of get them to you. Would you use? So Joseph Dixon asks if you were going to use a palette, or what are you going to use as a palette cleanser after the Red Shirt Shaggy movies?
I've been thinking of actually doing the live action films. Someone had requested that or asked me if I would do that. And my first blush was, no, I think it's too early to do the live action. And then I'm like, no, I guess it really isn't that early to do the live action. I could do the live action because I think most of the bad guys who were in the two live action, at least the ones that were referenced, were from the old series. So that is my tentative plan. I just realized I'm looking at my mouse pointer like it was the camera. There's the camera. Well, because I'm going to move my mouse pointer over there.
You're looking relatively in the right direction.
Kind of. Sorry, Book of Mormon popped in my head. The musical. So probably the live action. Don't hold me to that if I don't do that. That is my tentative plan.
Awesome. Did you know that there's a link to your Carl the Stuntman video on the TV Tropes page for that episode?
Ah, no, no, I didn't. Thank you to whoever did that.
Oh, well, Joseph Dixon brought it up, so
No, I know. If you Google Carl the Stuntman, at least when I Google it, out of morbid curiosity, um, I see my stuff pop up, and I do see that pop up occasionally on Reddit. Whenever someone talks about villains, uh, half the time Carl the effing stuntman is mentioned. So I'll always do a little Beetlejuice and I'll pop up in there and I'll say, yeah, he sucks. Carl the effing stuntman. I don't Google myself, but occasionally I do Google myself. I'm not gonna lie. I Google myself.
fair. Let's see. T Fordham 13 says I was hoping you'd do the modern movies. Berkey 0191 says, "Ooh, interesting. Would love to see them. I also would love to see the What's New era movies too."
There's so much media out there, and just keeping up with the series is quite a bit. But I promise you, if I live forever, I will get to them eventually. I just time. One of my jobs, one of the jobs that I work for, is the one that makes it the hardest for me to spend a lot of my time or more of my time on the Scooby. Um, ever since I had cancer, and according to my cancer doctor, it has nothing to do with the cancer. It's me being old. But I've noticed that more since I had the thyroid out. For those who aren't aware, the thyroid is an organ that, among other things, it regulates your brain. It throws hormones out there that helps keep your brain running properly. Um, if you've never had a working thyroid, you really notice. It's really obvious. A couple of years before she died, my mom had been hospitalized because she had thyroid issues too. Not cancer. She died from a different cancer. But they screwed up her prescription. And I was ready to bury her at that time because she was incomprehensible. Couldn't understand what she was saying, or she would just start making weird noises, crying out of nowhere, or she would answer something that we had asked her like 5 minutes, 10 minutes earlier. Once she got her thyroid hormones set properly, right as rain. And when I was getting when I was going through radiation or preparing for radiation treatment, one of the things they did was they took me completely off of my synthetic hormones for my thyroid in order to make sure that when I swallowed the irradiated iodine, it would all gather up here. If my body had any lingering thyroid hormones in there, the iodine wouldn't necessarily come. It might, get up there, but not as well. So they starved me of it. Talking to me when I was at my highest THS level, 4 is where the most you ever want to be. I was at 101. That's how
Wow.
bad this was. Talking to me was like talking to a buffering Netflix video, where I would be talking and then suddenly I would just stop. And you could practically see the little spinny thing in front of my face as I'm trying to remember complicated words like car or fork. Couldn't remember these words. I was mostly functional in the morning, but by the afternoon and evening, I was gone. I couldn't drive. I was just out of it. So I'm on regular thyroid meds, things like that. My numbers are where they should be, but I still have more difficulty thinking straight after the afternoon. So I need to do all my writing and plotting and stuff for my videos in the morning to the early afternoon. One of my jobs takes me out of the house every morning, Monday through Friday, during that period where I can think the most clearly. So as long as I still have that job, which I can't afford not to have, it's gonna make my videos come out more slowly because I cannot use my writing brain during that period of time. So I will get to everything eventually if given enough time. It's just I can't work any faster than the pace I'm working now. If I get 2 out a month, I'm thrilled.
That's cool. Good Samaritan Gaming wanted to know how long you want to do the stream for. Just generally.
Generally, until I or Triv gets sick of it, I guess. I don't have a, I mean, I think the last time I did it, after 2 hours, I was like, okay, I'm at a good spot for this game. I'm at this room that is really hard to get through. So I'll take a couple more questions. And I think it was like an hour after that we stopped. So if anybody wants to leave, or if I get a common consensus, hey Joe, you're rambling now. Everything you're saying and doing now makes us like you less. Speak up, and I can end it any. I control everything. I can stop whenever I want. I'm like an alcoholic. I can stop whenever I want. Actually, a chocoholic. I don't drink alcohol, but oh my god, you can't keep me from chocolate. So how long we're gonna go, I don't know. I don't want to keep Triv too late either. So
No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. I'm here as long as you need me to be. So don't worry about that.
Well, in the weird world where you live, you're
I'm an hour behind.
Yeah. So it's not nearly
You're
as
good.
late there.
Oh man, well I do turn into a pumpkin at 8:05, but I can still maneuver with my pumpkin hand, so we're in good shape.
In like a orange pumpkin or one of those weird gourd ones with the warts on it.
Okay, you've known me long enough. What kind of a pumpkin do you think I am? I'm definitely one of the weird gourds.
I didn't want to presume.
That's fair.
I didn't want to.
I appreciate it.
I, of course, would be the big giant. I'm the orange pumpkin that they display at state fairs because they gave it a bunch of steroids and birth control pills, and now it's like the size of the actual carriage that the fairy godmother.
You know what? You're just what is the term? Gregarious. You're just a gregarious pumpkin guy thing.
Gregarious. I'm thinking I'm more garrulous because I clearly love the sound of my own voice.
Oh man, you're such a narcissist. My goodness.
Whoa,
I don't know how you deal with yourself, man.
Oh,
By the way, Good Samaritan Gaming called you Joe the effing blunt man. So like when you were talking about Carl the effing stunt man.
Okay, blunt like I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind, or blunt as in
It was where's the joke? I think you could take it in all terms. You can take it as like, like you're a superhero like Blunt Man. You could be, you're blunt as in you're straightforward and you say things the way that they are. I say take it in all ways. I don't see any wrong with any of them.
I gotta say, I was never cool enough to do drugs. So
Oh, blunt as in blunt as in bluntly speaking is what they meant.
Okay. I try, all kidding aside, I do try to be uh, mostly okay. I try to be considerate and speak kindly to people who merit it. If someone's being a dick, I am less likely to beat around the bush and be polite and try to find a kind way of saying that they're being a dick. So if you ever saw my unfiltered self on social media, which I do not recommend, you'd be like, this cannot be the goofy fat guy that talks about Scooby like that, because this guy's, oh my god, he's terrible. So I don't pull my punches on social media.
No, that's fair. Kevin Cox says, as much as I want to stay, it's 2 o'clock in the Netherlands. I'm gonna go to sleep. So
Thank you for staying and watching what you did, because my god, that thing's been midnight when you would have started originally. Which you bring it, I'm amazed I've got so many people outside the United States that watch my silly stuff. And I had one person who mentioned, I'm so afraid I'm repeating myself from stuff other people have heard before, so I apologize when I say this. But it's one of the privileges of being an old man. We repeat ourselves. And you young whippersnappers just have to sit there and take it. But anyway, I had someone from a foreign country whose English was not their first language telling me they appreciate how I speak, and I speak slowly and I enunciate a lot, which makes it easier for them to understand what I'm saying. So, for what it's worth, when I'm doing my editing and doing my recording, I do try to keep that in mind, that I do have people from outside the United States. That's why, like earlier when I was talking about, I think, healthcare and trying to get disability, why I mentioned what it's like here in the United States, because again, some people out there, they have no idea what we're dealing with here, at least as far as our bureaucracy. I really butchered that. Bureaucracy. Maybe I am having a stroke. Bureaucracy. There we go. Bocracy.
bring on the beer.
That sounds like one of the Duke boys' dumber cousins. Bocracy. Woohoo! Bang bang shoot shoot. Oh,
Bang bang shoot shoot, huh?
I probably have no viewers from the South, and I don't blame them, because I'm not kind when it comes to the American South. That's bad. That's bad. I mean, not everybody in the South is deserving of some of the vitriol I sometimes spread. So if anybody is in one of those south of the Mason-Dixon states, I apologize. That is unbecoming of me.
Depends on what you call South. Does Virginia not count?
Oh God, I feel terrible because I can't remember what side I think they were on the good. Oh no, West Virginia was the good side. I think the whole reason you got a West Virginia is because Virginia. I'm looking at you, Virginia. Bad Virginia.
Oh, Indiana is the middle finger of the South.
Yes, it is.
According to Chris.
Yes, it absolutely is. I've said that for years. You look at any demographic of like political or socioeconomic things, and it's like a whole bunch of red all the way in the southern states, and then there's Indiana, little middle finger sticking up. So,
well, Iowa is the face of the cook.
Say that again.
So if you go like north to south, so if you ever see a map of the United States, or Minnesota is like the chef's hat, Iowa is the face, Missouri is the upper body, what's next? Arkansas is like the lower legs, and then Louisiana is the feet, and then it's holding. Tennessee is like a pan, and then Kentucky is a turkey. I'll show it to you sometime.
You have to show it to me sometime, because first of all,
It'll make sense if you see it.
Triv, I'm an American. Why are you throwing geography at me? I don't know where things are. What are you talking about? I only figured out that the United Kingdom was 4 countries like 5 years ago. I'm an American. You don't need to know that stuff.
Oh, a Lone Dragon says, I don't appreciate you disparaging the South, and neither does my cousin wife.
Well, you get your sister daughter, and get the coon dog with the jug of XXX on it, and your pick 'em up. Oh man, I just could keep going on and on, but no, that I said earlier I can do a Kentucky accent. I won't, but mainly because in my state there's pockets of Kentucky that exist, and it's weird. We actually refer to them as Tuckies. Whatever their normal city name is, colloquially we refer to them as something something Tucky. So if you were from Springfield, we would call you Springfield Tucky, things like that. So I like to think of myself as a progressive, what's the word I'm looking for? Progressive, I non-prejudicial kind of person. I got a thing about the South. I hate that I have a, but it's mainly because of politics and the people from Kentucky that have like, we're gonna dude pull a knife on me. One of those in one of those Tucky towns. I'm running around a baking table as he's chasing me with a giant hunting knife and a bicycle chain because I called him a son of a bitch, and he took that as an insult to his mom. Chasing me with this thing, running around a baking table. What'd you call my mama? What'd you call my mama? Oh my god. But that's
D1
no excuse.
or D1138 Vader says, Joe is from Kentucky?
No, I'm not from Kentucky, but we do have little pockets
You have a lot of people.
Kentucky. Little
that way.
pockets.
Okay.
I mean, they're like there's like 2 or 3 cities south of me that everybody has a different accent, or most people there they have a Kentucky accent because when they talk they got their jaw out like this when they're talking. Yeah, they talk like this down there. Yeah, they's from Kentucky. They's from Kentucky. I'm really
let's
bad
see
at
what.
accents.
Let's see. What else is there? Portal Master Green says, still technically in the States, watching in Hawaii.
That's a state. You just came in late to the movie. That's all.
Yeah,
You
that's fair.
came right at the end of the movie. Practically.
Lone Dragon says, puff it, pass it over here, blunt man.
Those are drug slang terms, and unfortunately, I am too sheltered to be able to do more than recognize him. Now, my friends, every one of my friends has been, which is weird. I'm the only one of all my friends that doesn't drink, doesn't do any drugs, and yet they're big into the states where it's legal. They cross the border and do that. And then remember they all had keys to my apartment at the time, and apparently I came home once from work and they were all 4 of them were on a couch playing Mario Kart, laughing their asses off. And I came in, I dealt with them like normal. I didn't recognize anything. And later on, they're like, dude, we were high as balls. We were tripping that whole time. We all dropped acid and we were sitting there stoned out of our mind. You had no idea? And I'm like, no, that's on you. If you don't act that much weirder. If you're on drugs, I can't tell. That's more on you. Maybe you need to be better people when you're not on drugs. I guess I don't know, but I'm just really bad at telling when people are drunk or stoned. You have got to be wasted, blitzed out of your head before it'll dawn on me. I'm just that sheltered.
That's all right. This one goes back a little bit, but Good Samaritan Gaming says Joe is the perfect pumpkin for carving. I guess that makes him a work of art.
More like a work of art.
Why not both?
You can't hear because I'm letting them off. I have been letting them off the entire time.
Have you been crop dusting?
No, I've not. I can't. Crop dusting? That would involve a moving plane. Okay. No, I'm a sprinkler, I guess. No, that's bad. That's bad because that denotes moisture, and I'm not moist. I'm just dry. I'm a dry sprinkler. If a sprinkler would spray powder, okay, that's the kind of crop dusting I am because I'm not moving.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But yes, I have been this whole time.
You're outgassing like the Death Star.
The Death fart?
Star.
The fart? Fart? I'm trying to.
The Death Star.
I can't make a pun from that.
I don't know.
But yes,
either way, you're outgassing.
All I need to know is if someone threw a photon torpedo up my exhaust port right now, oh yeah, we'd have a photon torpedoes. Oh my god, that's Star Trek.
The Milkman 9969 says, "LOL." What?
I'm so sorry. This thing has gone off the rails. I apologize. I haven't touched. I've touched twice the game that I said I'd be streaming, but we got so occupied answering questions at the beginning. It was half an hour when I started, and then like an hour after that, so I popped it up, and I'm like, "Oh, this room sucks. I'm trapped." What I need to do is when the stream's off, I need to just play that room enough to get past that part, just so when I do the next stream, I can actually play and not be like, "Oh, I can't touch it. This is not good."
That's fair. You do have a couple of more donos from Meowist for Life. You got a $4.99 donation. I am from the United State of Georgia, and I am not offended.
Thank you, and I'm glad you're not. I had a boss who married his wife was from Georgia, and the stereotypical "well, bless your heart" that I can't do a Georgian accent either.
Here, I worked with someone from Tennessee that's not Georgia, but I think I got it down generally. Well, bless your heart.
That's doable. That works.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's okay.
Better than I could do.
Yeah, fair. We also have another $4.99 donation from It's Blue and Dog. I have to go to bed because I have to work tomorrow, but I'm here to tell you to keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. Good night. Shall I sing you a lullaby?
I mean, if you really want to, I don't think that's going to be a bad thing.
Oh, damn. I'm trying to. Oh, shit. I mean, shoot.
Watch your language, young man. I will ban you from this chat.
Swear jar. Because I thought for a moment I could just whip out the Beatles lullaby, because I was gonna be like, just give you like a quick bar from that. But I am drawing a blank. The Beatles had a lullaby in the White Album. It's like one of the last songs on the discs. Good night, sleep tight, close your eyes, something like that. Can't remember the words.
It's Blue and Dog says I'm already past bedtime, no lullaby this time, but a rain check.
Okay. What a polite way of saying, "Joe, no thank you, your singing sucks." And he's not wrong.
All right. Got a couple of other questions here. T Fordham 13 says, Joe, how much to pay you to do a front flip?
I don't think it's a monetary thing. It's more of a physics thing. I would imagine Hmm. I would need a hill. Then I
Okay.
would need a ski lift to get up that hill because I ain't walking that hill. Um, no, I would just end up Sunny Bonoing. I'd be Sunny Bono at the end. Sorry, no amount of money to get me to do it. But you know what? Believe it or not, I used to be in good enough shape that I could do cartwheels. I could do cartwheels. I could do roundups. I had girls in gym class compliment me on how good I could do cartwheels. They're like, most boys can't do cartwheels, but you do them really well.
Aw, that's pretty awesome.
They could have been sarcasm. Sarcasm. Now I just
You know
realized.
what? Take the compliment.
That's fine. I'll take it. Because actually, I did a good job. I've got footage of me where my brother and sister and I, when we were younger, we used to make videos. Now, bearing in mind there was like a 14, 15-year age difference between us, so I was the teenager and they were 4 and 5 or 3 and 4, really really small, and we would have the VHS camera and we would just film ourselves being goofy. And one of the things we would do is we do magic tricks where, like, I think the one I'm thinking of, I was holding my arm up like this and I would hit pause, and then I'd move my arm down like this and I'd hit pause again, and when you play it back it looked like my blink, like my arm disappeared. Little stupid shit like that, stupid stuff like that. But one of the things we would do is we would sword fight. We had this big long cylinder from a vacuum cleaner that it was like an extender rod, and you'd pop it apart, and you had two little metal cylinders that were great for sword fighting. And we would film ourselves sword fighting, but what we would do is we would film in slow motion. Then when we would play it back, we would do it in fast motion, and we were just this amazing sword fight, just whipping back and forth. But I used to be able to do a thing with those cylinders where I was like it was a bow staff doing tricks. And I've watched that in later years. It was pretty good. I mean, even objectionably speaking, I looked like I knew what the hell I was doing.
Nice.
I should dig that up. I should just make it a little snippet and throw it on my channel just for stuff and giggles for that.
Oh, that would rock, man. What else have we got here? Um, let's see. The force. Oh gosh, where is it? Feel the force inside you, Joe. Unleash it.
Oh, I need all the force I can get just to get up out of bed and make it into the bed. When I was at my sister's this past week, I I showered every other day. In fact, I think I went 2 days without a shower near the end, mainly because her house is massive and I sleep in the basement. It's not a finished basement, but it's a clean basement. It just basically just needs drywall to be finished. It's really clean, newer construction. And her upper stairs, even though it's technically 2 stories, they're tall ceilings. So for like normal stairs, it almost feels like you're walking up 2.5 flights of stairs. So for me to get a shower, I had to walk downstairs to get my clothes and bathroom stuff, and then walk was essentially 3 flights of stairs to get to the shower. And then when I'm done, walk 3 flights of stairs back to the basement, and then a full flight of stairs. I was too tired to do that. A shower just wasn't worth the work.
Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. I'm curious. Let's see. Camo 987 asks, I'm curious about your current thoughts on Scrappy. I remember you saying in the last stream he was judged unfairly from his premiere season in shorts. Loved him in Boo Brothers.
It hasn't really changed much from the last time. I have not seen anything that has made me hate Scrappy more than I've started to accept Scrappy. I hated Scrappy all my life, but rewatching these, he's not as bad. He's really not as bad. And I think, as I probably said before, most people who hated Scrappy probably just remember him from his first series because he was a totally different personality, or a mostly different personality from when his first appearance to his later appearances. In fact, near the end of his stint with the Scooby Show, he was essentially Daphne's assistant because Fred and Velma weren't with the gang at the time. So whenever the gang would split up, Scooby and Shaggy and Scooby would be on their own doing Shaggy and Scooby shenanigans, and Scrappy was with Daphne doing the investigating, and Scrappy would be the one finding clues and coming up with solutions to things. He would do the occasional puppy. I just want to strangle him when he does that, but it's not as bad as it was. So I don't know if I'm in the pro Scrappy camp, but I'm definitely not as much in the anti Scrappy camp as I used to be. I am seriously considering doing a video on this phenomena, but I have to wait until I've seen all the Scrappy series in a row. Now, I say all, I'm not going to go back and watch the second season of Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo because the one or two I've watched, they're kind of painful, and they don't really feel like Scooby shows. They're just totally off the normal Scooby formula, much more so than 13 Ghosts or even A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, which is still an inferior theme song compared to what's new Scooby-Doo. Triv. Just saying.
You know what? You have your opinion, and that's okay.
That's true.
You know, being that we're on your channel, I will concede that point, but only because it's your channel. And one other thing that we can agree upon is we got another donation from the one and only NRW $4.99 to you, and it says, "Hey Joe, #1 fan here. You know, the one that knows where you live, and I'm currently at your door. But by the time you read this, I'll be gone."
Part of me wants to go out to my front door right now, like open it up and see if there's like a Scooby snack stabbed into the wall with a little note, something like that. But you know, for all I know, it could be. Plenty of real life people know that I do this channel, so it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if someone got in here and did a prank like that on me. I wouldn't be surprised. Frankly, I think I would be thrilled. I would find that very funny. Unless, you know, I go out there and there's like a dead puppy nailed to my door and, you know, Scrappy and forever in blood or something like that. That would draw the line there. I don't want to.
That wouldn't be so good.
No.
Let's see. What is Joe's favorite Scooby episode? This was D1138 Vader who asked this.
That's hard to add, or that's hard to answer, because it would be hard to narrow down to just one. Surprisingly enough, if I had to guess, it's probably a episode from Be Cool Scooby-Doo. Mystery Incorporated is still my favorite Scooby-Doo. That was the most peak, well thought, well scripted, well acted, well drawn, best Scooby-Doo since the original. Mystery Incorporated is always the top for everything. But following right underneath that is Be Cool Scooby-Doo, because I love comedy. That is my, of all the genres of anything, comedy is always the top. I don't care what it's competing against. I love Lord of the Rings. I love fantasy. I love sci-fi. But if it's comedy with sci-fi, I'm gonna like a little bit more. That's why I like Red Dwarf is one of my favorite TV series, sci-fi and comedy. Chocolate and peanut butter, cram that together, you got something great. So if I had to guess, it was definitely going to be an episode of Be Cool Scooby-Doo. And the one that immediately pops in my head is they did an episode of Be Cool where it took place in a cave system that would collapse if it made a lot of noise. So the episode showed the Scooby Gang having to communicate with each other non-verbally. It was brilliant. It was brilliantly written, brilliantly produced. That's one of the best episodes of Scooby. But that's just off the top of my head. And it's also based on, I haven't watched all of the Be Cool Scooby-Doo in quite some time. And a lot of these that I'm doing for my villain rankings, either the first time I've seen the episode or it's been so long since I've seen the episode, it's practically like it's the first time I've seen the episode. So it's difficult for me to say my favorite episode is this.
All right. That's a good answer, I think. Let's see. Joseph Dixon says a pup named Scooby-Doo has a great theme song, but What's New Scooby-Doo's theme is definitely the best one.
Thank
Fine.
Thank you. Yes.
Fine.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even gonna qualify it. Yes, it's better by leaps and yards. I mean, come on, Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. I mean, come on, it's like listen to the song from the 1950s. Who likes 50s music? I mean, come on. What do the 50s,
like 50s
ever
movies?
do for music? You Triv, you like all movies. You like bad
You're right,
movies.
I do. I like good movies too. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? I apologize.
You like that Bat movie.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep family friendly.
We're not talking about that one specifically. Let's see. Good Samaritan Gaming says, I'm just picturing Joe gassing himself out of bed like a jetpack.
Oh, pity my wife. Just pity my wife. That's all I can say. If she's still alive. She has diabetes, so who knows? Every so often, I have to sleep with earplugs in because my wife is a snorer. And I'm being kind when I say she's a snorer because let's say you've got a jackhammer and you're jackhammering like a building that's made of fireworks wrapped in bubble wrap, and somebody spread peanut shells all over the ground, and it's next to an airport with like 10 bowling alleys stacked on top of each other. That's kind of how my wife snores. So I sleep with earplugs in. So occasionally I'll miss when she gets her beeps on her phone saying, hey, your sugar's low, get up and eat something. So pity my wife for more than just my farting, I guess.
Three cat night day.
I'm sorry, because sometimes it's the cancer. It's always the cancer. It always comes back to the cancer. That's why my brain is.
You're doing fine.
Give me more questions. Anything
we did
to do that room.
Yeah, no, understood. 3Cat Day says we did 5 seconds of gameplay. More productivity than my coworkers.
I'm so sorry. I am the worst YouTuber.
You're just atrocious.
I will say this much. I did have more than one person. So that could be 100 or it could be 2, but as long as it's more than one person, tell me that when it came to my streaming, they didn't care if I played the game. They said They would just rather, they didn't need the game. It was just an excuse for a stream. If I'm just here answering questions or talking to people, they said that was good enough. So you got your wish this time around.
Let's see. Joe, would you ever try Scooby snack treats? They were like graham cracker snacks.
Oh yeah, oh we had them all the time. My wife would buy those. Had the Scooby snack graham cracker things, and we had Scooby snack or Scooby, not gummy because gummies are nasty, but the fruit snacks. Fruit snacks. I know it's weird. I like fruits. I like some of the fruit snacks. There's like two brands. I can't remember Betty Crocker and another manufacturer. I can't remember the other one. One of them was gross. One of them was awesome. And I think the Scooby branded fruit snacks were the awesome ones because they were good. They were soft. The other one was like gummies. I never liked gummy. I'm not a gummy worm person. I think it's because to me gummy feels like you're eating Jello that's dried out. Like you left the Jello out of the kitchen overnight and it dried and hardened, and somebody did that and hey, I can sell this. That's how they invented gummy. You know, you got the mold on the bread and someone accidentally ate it and their herpes went away. Oh, hey, this is penicillin. I don't think it was herpes. I'm not a medical doctor, at least not professionally. So
you don't play one on TV?
I do not play one on TV. Not even in the bedroom. Those days are over. So yeah, I've never liked gummy. I would be the worst marijuana user because I like, oh, try this new no, it's a gummy. No. I won't be high. I'll just stay sober if you're gonna give it to me in gummy form. They make pot brownies. Oh my god. Oh, that would be my Achilles heel. I don't want to do drugs. I've never had any real desire to do drugs. But man, if you were able to put them in some nice, gooey Duncan Hines brownie, you know, with just the centerpiece where it's just falls apart, hot out of the oven. Oh, I want some brownies.
Where are you gonna find them so late? Oh, Notorious Reed says herpes is antiviral, Joe, not antibiotics.
I'm bad. I'm bad at biology. Oh, I had awful science teachers in high school. And I only had the last good science teacher I had was middle school. And every science teacher after that was more and more disappointing, which is ironic because my sister is like Facebook friends with one of the science teachers that was like my arch enemy in school. And I don't use that term lightly. He and I disliked each other. He would treat me badly even when I was being good. That's how much we disliked each other. But I got revenge because several times he would send me to the as punishment. Instead of sending me to the offense, he would send me to their storage room, which is like an office area storage room. Well, Mr. Smith, I'm the one who stole half that skeleton's foot. So, that's me. Statute of limitations, I'm free and clear. You can't do a thing.
That's fair. Zeckler says Joe is love, Joe is life.
Oh, Zach. If you want to borrow the crokinole board, you just gotta ask. But not right now because I'm in the middle of this.
You also have two people saying, so the Milkman 9969 says, yes, honestly, the game is secondary. And 3Cat Day says, actually, the stream name is Joe Goes Over Live Stream, which means he's covering live stream topics. The Scooby references in the title are just filler.
So I'm technically correct. The best
absolutely.
kind of correct. I can agree with that.
Is there a difference?
Futurama, Triv. Come on, get with the
Fair point. Fair point.
Futurama
Fair point.
reference. Come on.
Oh, I'm being told that I should ban Nick, and then Nick is saying ban Zach. Ban Zach first, and then I'll be okay with getting banned after.
Oh, yeah, it's some friends of mine. They're making their
Ban Nick,
presence
please.
known. My
If someone
crokinole
kidnaps
buddies.
Oh, hey, Lone Dragon says if someone kidnaps Joe and removes random bones from his foot, we'll have a suspect.
I would see him coming a mile away. I would hear his accent coming a mile away because he had a southern accent. So suddenly I'm starting to wonder if maybe that's why I've got that prejudice against southern accents, because yeah, that science teacher had a southern accent. He'd talk like this. He'd talk about the critters and biology, and one of his things he would do is whenever he thought that we were not being smart enough, he would pull a spoon out of his drawer and kind of shake it at you, meaning I got a spoon feed y'all the information, y'all. So I had no respect for him. You know, it's funny. He's probably not a bad guy. I mean, I was not a perfect student either when it comes to being liked or not by a teacher, but just I did not respect him. I did not respect him, and that I was surprised because I respected my teachers up to that point. Now, what's funny is after Mr. Smith, I got a whole bunch of teachers that I had no respect for, and it was like it opened up a floodgate. Like suddenly teachers ended up being people. Who knew?
Oh my goodness, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Oh, so apparently Zach said that Nick has left, I have won,
Yeah.
apparently.
Nick's probably
So-
going to get something.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Oh, 3 Cat Day says the big reveal will be that the mannequin was the one who kidnapped Joe. And as Joe taught us, kidnapping is always a bad idea for a Scooby villain.
Kidnap is almost always a bad idea. I can't remember, but there was one or two recently in one of them, one of the episodes that actually was a good idea. They needed to do it. It was integral to their scheme, and it was a smart kidnapping. I just off the top of my head, I can't remember what it was. This old man
Let's
brain.
see. Okay, did you see the possible Wacky Racers anime? Go Go Mystery Machine does seem fun.
Nope. I'm sorry, I haven't seen. I think I heard something about a Wacky Races remake or something because they were using. I want to say they were using old audio of Don Messick for Muttley's laugh or something, but don't hold me to that. So nope, I haven't seen that. Sorry.
And both of that question and this question are from further up the stream, but I put them aside so that way you'd get to them. I don't know if the people are still in chat, so I apologize. If you find some time, maybe you could make that video as a refresher from the rankings. So maybe like an update of like if you're like where you sit with some of the villains now that we've come further along.
That's actually a good idea. That is actually a good idea. The problem with that is, again, I have so much Scooby media out there, and I'm just the one person. I mean, as a palate cleanser video, maybe, but the downside of that is then I would just be retreading older material as opposed to putting new material out there, because it occurred to me as I'm working on as I'm working on the art for the current series that I'm on, and I'm cutting out these miscellaneous Scooby villains that nobody remembers. Nobody remembers these Scooby villains. Do you remember the Sea Demon from the 1984 episode of No, nobody remembers that. But as I'm cutting these images out and putting them for thumbnails, it occurs to me that I may be one of the first people to really draw attention to some of these things for God knows how many years. And a part of me almost feels not compelled, and responsible sounds kind of egocentric, but well, I feel almost responsible to draw some attention to these older episodes that aren't being or haven't been watched for so long, especially for the current series that I'm on, because you can't get that on home media. I had a hell of a time finding source videos for the new Scooby-Doo mysteries. So
Wow.
I think I need to kind of stick with this almost from a posterity reason, even if I'm ripping on these villains, which I'm ripping on these villains. At least somebody's talking about them. So yeah, it's a good idea for me to go back and do a more deeper dive, because if I recall, I spent, relatively speaking, very little time talking about some of those original old Scooby villains compared to how much time I'm spending now. I mean, good lord, my last video was an hour and a half, and that essentially covered 3 villains. That's like
Fair.
45 minutes per villain if I'm doing the math properly. So as opposed to 5 minutes talking about the space kook, 8 minutes talking about Nathaniel the werewolf, things like that. So while it's not a bad idea to go back, people have been talking about the old original Scooby villains for years, decades, boop, ace, for years. So I think it's probably best if I just leave those and continue on with the stuff that's not being talked about.
Let's see. Joe, what's your favorite movie of the 4 from the Scooby-Doo Renaissance era?
Zombie Island, bar none, hands down. Do not pass go, do not click $200. Zombie Island.
And that was Notorious Reed that asked that question. Let's see. Trashboat09 asks, "Hey Joe, what's your least favorite Scooby-Doo member and why?"
Oh, and I'm not going to count Scrappy because that's too easy. So we're going to go with the original 5.
Sounds fair. Do you include what's the kid from 13 Ghosts?
I don't. No, I don't.
Not
I don't count
Shazam.
Flim Flam. No.
Flim Flam, that's what
Flim
it was.
Flam is, nope, not in there. Because if I was going to do that, I would count Vincent Van Ghoul, and I would give Vincent Van Ghoul a bit of a, because come on, Vincent Price, dude is an icon. Well, obviously Scooby's not the worst, and Shaggy's probably not the worst either. Shaggy's got some annoying things to him, but he's not the worst, which leaves it to Fred, Daphne, and Velma. I'm going to be sexist and take Daphne out of that because she's a cutie. I mean, I didn't know that I liked redheads, but I've been realizing over the years I might have a thing for redheads. So I'm going to be a gross caveman and say, Daphne cute, she stay in the tier, which would leave essentially narrowing it down to Fred or Velma. Okay, I will go back. Daphne does have plenty of flaws. Old Daphne had plenty of flaws. She was vacuous, airheaded. She, in the early episodes, people talk about how Shaggy and Scooby screw things up. Daphne screwed things up plenty of times. Danger prone Daphne. So, but she's been more redeemed over the years, particularly the Daphne from Mystery Incorporated and the Daphne from Be Cool Scooby-Doo, especially Be Cool Scooby-Doo. Oh my God, I love Daphne. Daphne's probably my favorite character in Be Cool Scooby-Doo. I just love her character. She's the best. Nice. She has the most personality in Be Cool Scooby-Doo. So Fred and Velma. Oh, It's almost like the reverse Sophie's Choice, because neither one of them is one that I really want to keep necessarily. So
Ascot versus glasses.
well, Fred Fred's annoying. Old Fred was annoying because of his gee whiz gang, gotta respect authority, and I'm the jock with my ascot, and jeepers gang, let's do this. And then old Velma was just smug. Oh my god, smug Velma. She, little know-it-all Velma, drove me nuts. Plus, I'm not too fond of her hair. I've never liked Velma's hair. Never liked that haircut. I think Fred loses because he's more boring than Velma. Now, to be fair, Fred of Mystery Incorporated and Fred of Be Cool Scooby-Doo did a lot to redeem his character. In fact, all of the characters were so much more fleshed out and enjoyable and living, breathing, almost had a soul. If you could say a cartoon character has a soul, the Mystery Inc. gang from Mystery Incorporated, and in particular, Be Cool Scooby-Doo, had souls practically for inanimate, man-made cartoon characters. But looking at the whole history of the characters, Fred is probably my least favorite. He's the worst, mainly because of lack of personality for much of his uh, existence, which breaks my heart because Frank Welker. I love Frank Welker, and Frank's I think he just turned 80, maybe.
Wow.
He's either 80 or he's close to it, and is still doing Fred all these years later. So I don't like to say that Fred's the worst of the characters. If I have to be objective, being objective, Fred. That was a painful question to ask me. Wow.
Well, some people even said in chat it was a tough question.
I would rather have Sophie's Choice. Yes, take my daughter, take my son. I love you, Pash. You're not here anymore, so.
All right, Meowers for Life
worst.
asks, what happened first? Heat death of the universe or Joe finding a Scooby-Doo villain more inept than Carl the Stuntman?
I think there's probably eventually going to be a worse villain. The Scooby franchise is so vast. The Scooby-Doo universe is so all-encompassing. And we've come close a couple times. And I'll tell you, sometimes I worry that I've got such a bias against Carl the Stuntman that I'm purposely bumping up really bad villains just enough so they don't reach his level. But I promise you, when I get to a villain that bad, I do try to give them as much of the benefit of the doubt as possible. And if I find that, okay, everything sucked about them, but they had this one unique thing about their plan, or they did this one smart thing, or they succeeded in this one thing, then they get bumped up. Now, to be fair, I do give higher ratings for people who try to murder the Scooby Gang, and technically, Carl the Stuntman, well, he did try to murder the porn star on the bridge, but it was such a pointless, unnecessary murder attempt that he just loses the point for it. There was no reason to try to kill the porn star on the bridge. So, because I've had people mention that before. It's like, well, Carl was trying to kill him too. Yeah, but it wasn't in furtherance of a plan that made sense. So, no. But when the other bad guys try to kill the Scooby Gang, it's usually because, well, shit. Well, shoot, these guys are getting close to my plan. I need to take them out.
Cats12812 says, my job allows earbuds, so I listen to everything, Dad.
Did I tell you my daughter's my favorite of my two kids? Hands down. Hands down. She is the best. I would trade her, trade her or trade Chris for her in a heartbeat. Hands down. You know what?
DVD and
I'll
film.
trade.
Go ahead.
I'll trade my wife's cat for my daughter in a heartbeat. Pash, you come home. Eowyn, she takes your job. She moves out there to where you're at. You can come back home and you can sleep at the edge of mom's bed and not hiss at me when I come and try to have the audacity to reach down and scratch the top of your head. I hate my wife's cat.
Okay, let's see here. DVD and Film Bloke says the only mystery here is why we're still taking our quest from a dick in a neckerchief. As in Fred.
I know that's from. What's that?
I think it's from the original movie, isn't it? Like the original live action.
Oh, did they? Because part of me's thinking because there have been parodies of the Scooby Gang over the years. I can't remember. Oh no, Bill and.
It's from Jay and Silent Bob. Yeah, okay, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Okay, I got there at the end. I said Bill and Ted first because Bill and Ted, Jay and Silent Bob, they're the same thing.
Stoners. They're all stoners. Jay and Silent Bob are like Bill and Ted on the next level.
Yeah, Bob. I still prefer Bill and Ted. They're just a couple of awesome dudes. Even if they do use the F slur in 2 out of the 3 movies.
Let's see. Where was I? Roll the Sleeve said at this point I don't think anyone's allowed to be worse in the case of Carl the Stuntman.
It's too early to say. It's too early to say because I get to some of these episodes and I'm like, how did this pass anyone's quality control? But having said that, the episode I'm working on right now actually surprised me because it had some cleverness to it that threw me for a loop because I wasn't expecting it with this current series I'm on. I won't spoil anything for it right now, but Shaggy of all people has a line that I'm like, that was brilliant. That was a brilliant, well-written, well-crafted joke, and I cannot believe that it made it to this episode because so much of the others that have been in this particular series I'm on has just been just the worst. So, having said that, don't count Hanna-Barbera short for bottom of the barrel because it can still happen.
Jess Hood 4813 asks, probably already been asked, thoughts on the new cast announcement for Scooby-Doo?
I think it was asked, and I think I said I didn't really have much of an opinion, and I'm not saying that sarcastically. I honestly don't remember exactly what I said earlier, but I'm pretty sure because I mean it's how I feel. So if I'm repeating myself, that's why. I don't really have any. I just suspect that it's not going to encapsulate the spirit of the Scooby franchise. I just don't have high hopes that it will. Not as well as like the James Gunn movies did. Okay, I know James Gunn didn't direct the Scooby-Doo movies, but he wrote them, so I tend to think of them as James Gunn Scooby-Doo, because I think the director was just a director for hire. anybody could have directed the Scooby movies. And frankly, I wish James Gunn would have directed the 2 live action Scooby films. I think it would have been, they would have been better movies because he's a better director than, I can't remember the name of the director of the first 2 Scooby films. I keep
You
thinking,
got me.
I keep thinking Jay Roach, but he directed the Austin Powers films. And he's married to Susanna Hoffs from the Bangles. So lucky guy.
Oh, that's cool. What else we have here? After three cat day asks or says after after Bill and Ted graduated and saw what life was like outside school, they became Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah. That's what the third Bill and Ted should have been. They should have been trying to dig themselves out of their drug induced and oversexed stupor to make the music to save the world.
Oh man, that would have been fantastic.
It would have. The third one wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but I've only seen it once, so it didn't make enough of an impression on me to see it again. But that's
fair.
That's the problem with legacy sequels. They just waited too long.
Yeah, they tend to. Let's see. Trashboat09 asks, what's your least favorite Scooby-Doo movie of all?
Of the movies, probably Scooby-Doo meets Courage the Cowardly Dog, because it was so disappointing. I mean, it's one thing if a movie is bad, and if you think it's going to be bad going into it and it's bad, you walk away from it and you're like, well, I wasn't expecting much. But the concept of a crossover between Scooby and Courage the Cowardly Dog was great. I mean, one of the most famous Cowardly Dog with a somewhat famous Cowardly Dog. It's a match made in heaven. And it was just a wasted opportunity. I only saw it once, so I can't even remember the plot of it, to be brutally honest. But I remember enough to remember that I was disappointed. And I remember that the animation was poor. Not poor from the standpoint that it was poorly drawn, but it was inconsistent, where you had fighting styles of animation. You had the Scooby Universe style of animation, and then they went and met Courage the Cowardly Dog's animation, which they didn't match. The way they rendered people, completely different styles. And it just, I don't know how they would have been able to get around that, unless it was something like Scooby falls into a magic TV and ends up in nowhere with Courage, or vice versa. Courage falls into a TV watching a Scooby episode, and whichever universe they end up in, they are drawn like that universe. Like when they did a crossover between Jimmy Neutron and the Fairly Odd Parents, I think, back on Nickelodeon back in the day, because Jimmy Neutron was CG and Fairly Odd Parents was 2D. And when Jimmy went to the Fairly Odd Parents world, he was drawn like all the rest of them. And then the Fairly Odd Parents were rendered in 3D, which was creepy. It was creepy. Anytime you take a 2D character and convert them to a 3D, it's creepy. The Simpsons, 3D, creepy. Back when the Simpsons when they first became a phenomena, they used to sell dolls of the Simpsons, 3-dimensional dolls, and they were creepy. Simpsons are not meant to be rendered in 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
No Courage the Cowardly Dog, the crossover. That was my least favorite Scooby film.
That's fair. Let's see. Oh, I'm not. 3Cat Day says, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Joe to the Scooby and Courage movie.
And that's something else I've learned from doing all these episodes and reading all the comments. No matter how bad you think an episode is, no matter how ill-advised or incompetent or poorly rendered, poorly drawn, poorly acted a Scooby villain might be, that episode or that villain is still someone's favorite somewhere out there. Blows my mind. So that's
Absolutely.
why I do try to, I'm not always successful, but I do try to be kind if I am really ripping on a bad guy, because someone out there, that's their favorite.
Let's see what else we have here. Oh, although it's probably the thing that shall not be named, what do you think of the Velma show?
I only got past, I think, 3 episodes. It might have just been 2, which is funny. If you go back in my videos far enough back, you'll see I did a video defending the show, but I was only defending it based on the trailer, because at that point the show hadn't been released, and the argument I was making is everyone who was against the show didn't even give it a chance. And I was also defending it because they were clearly taking it in a different direction than a normal Scooby series would be expected to do. I'm so funny.
Da 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 da.
But because they were willing to take a show in a different direction, that's what gave us Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. I mean, What's New Scooby-Doo was a great series, but it really was just the continuation of Scooby-Doo Where Are You? Or the Scooby-Doo show. It was the same as what came before, just updated with better animation, and a more mature take on things. But then Mystery Incorporated came around, which completely threw that out. It basically became like the X-Files meets Scooby-Doo, meets Lovecraftian horror and Cthulhu and all that kind of stuff. And they took a gamble, and they rolled Snake Eyes or boxcars. I don't know how to dice. I don't know how dice work. Whatever the good one is between the Snake Eyes and the boxcars, whichever's the good one. And they did the same with Be Cool. They took a chance. Let's make an all comedy Scooby series, and let's draw it like Family Guy. Ooh, they shouldn't have done that. That bit him in the ass. That bit him in the butt. They should not have made it look like Family Guy, because other than that, the show should have been a blinding success. So they took chances. So taking a chance with this Velma idea, yeah, I'm glad they took a chance. Till I saw the show. You know, but
let's see. I was also. Oh, sorry. Were you?
No, go ahead.
Good Samaritan Gaming asks, I was also wondering why Joe is calling the wolf Nathaniel instead of something like Wolfric.
First of all, that is a better name. That is better. I think I just essentially pulled it out of my bidet hole, is what I did at the time. My Tushy, that's another bidet manufacturer. I think it's Tushy. I get ads for bidets. You look no further than my Facebook social media stream, and you can see all of my interests laid bare. Even fetishes I have. I won't go into it here for reasons, but it's funny if you look at the YouTube or the reels that get suggested on my Facebook feed. They know what I'm into in alone time. So kudos to them. And also, holy shit, they know way more about me than I should ever feel comfortable them knowing. And it's right there in my feed. Oh, bad clankers. Bad clankers.
It bit them in the bidet.
Bit right in the bidet. So Nathaniel sounded good. There was a video I did years ago about a voice actor that just recently passed away that was a family friend. And I, at the time, since he was still alive, I didn't want to mention him by name when I would talk about him because it wasn't my place. Very private guy. So it wasn't in my. I didn't feel comfortable naming him, but he told me a great story about Marlon Brando, and I made a video about it. And I think I called him Hector in the video, which is a Hispanic name traditionally. I think Hector's Hispanic, right?
Uh, Generally, I mean, like there's Hector Elizondo. I
Yeah,
don't know. I
I
think
think it's I
it's
think
it's
it's
definitely Spanish. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Spanish or Latin or Hispanic. And he's not. He wasn't. He's passed away now. But so I'm just bad at coming up with names. Oh, except for when I named the twin in the witches episode. I think I named her Charlene because I wanted to throw a Spaceballs joke in there because he had the twins Charlene and Marlene.
It's
And
Marlene.
did I call her Marlene, or are you doing the
It's
Spaceballs?
Charlene.
Okay, you're doing the Spaceballs bit. I can't remember,
Am
but
I? I don't know.
well, I needed a name that rhymed with Arlene because that was the name of the good twin in the Scooby episode. So I wanted to throw a Spaceballs joke in there, and so Charlene and Marlene and Arlene, they all rhyme. So I named her one of the Spaceballs twins, but I can't remember which one. I think it was Marlene. May I know Charlene?
It was Charlene.
I'm the worst. I'm the worst YouTuber. I can't remember the stuff. So I'm just bad at names.
That's okay. Thoughts on Shaggy and Scooby-Doo get a clue. Very weak follow-up on what's new, in my opinion. And that's from Cammon 987.
I've only seen one of those episodes. I was not a fan. It's another one of those series that didn't follow the formula, didn't have Fred and Velma and Daphne. I mean, I like the boys. The whole Scooby show needs the boys. It needs Shaggy and Scooby. They are the nucleus for which all the other protons and neutrons circle. I'm really bad at science, so I think nucleus is the center, the little dots that float around. When Dr. Manhattan did the little thing on his forehead, a little dot there, okay, they're the thing in Dr. Manhattan's forehead. But you know what? They're not enough to carry a whole show. You need Fred and Velma and Daphne. So any of the shows that did away with those three ancillary characters, it's not a good Scooby series. It's not as good as it could have been. So that's my thought on Get a Clue. I don't think I'll be covering that. That would be one that I might make a video about long time in the future if I've completed all the rankings and I'm looking for content. But that's my answer. That's all I have to say about that.
Good Samaritan Gaming asks or says headcanon. Joe is Carl the Stuntman. Let's see. Joe is Carl the Stuntman ranking the Scooby-Doo villains, and he's so hard on Carl because he regrets his own villainous plot.
Ooh. I was talking about Lovecraftian horror earlier. Yeah, that's right up there with Lovecraftian horror. That's Call of Cthulhu type creepiness there. Yeah, that's I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's disturbing.
Okay. 3Cat Day asks, was Get a Clue the one where they had like magic Scooby snacks?
I don't remember. I know the animation style was very different from what came before. I think they had something to do with Scooby inherited a treasure, or Shaggy inherited a fortune from an uncle, and they were being chased by villains trying to get it. Something like it. I saw like one episode, and it's been so long ago and gone.
It bit the bidet.
Bit the bidet big time.
All right, thoughts on Gibby Norton?
Oh, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here.
You? Oh, come on. That's
Believe it or
crazy.
not, believe it or not,
No, 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 I can't believe it.
there's a thing called death of the author, which I am not a good enough speaker to really explain it well enough. And, or even, I may even be getting it completely wrong, but I think this is essentially the concept. It boils down to being able to separate the art from the artist, where um, if you like something that someone did, I'm not going to go after the low hanging fruit of Harry Potter. I'll talk about something a little bit less incendiary now. John Lennon, good example. You can love John Lennon's music, but the more you find out about John Lennon as a person, it kind of makes enjoying his music a little bit harder to do, because he was a kind of a bad person for much of his life. Specifically, he was a domestic abuser. That seems to be the one that most people dwell on. Now, I can still listen to John Lennon's music mostly guilt free, because he's not around to make any money off of my listening for that. It still bothers me a little bit when his songs come up. I don't enjoy him as much as I used to, but I can kind of separate the art from the artist in that respect. It's hard for me to do. It's hard for me to separate the art from the artist, because I don't like to think of the misery that they're causing behind the scenes producing something that I like or that I love. It hurts. It hurts me so much when something I've loved for years, I find out the people who gave me this, who made this wonderful thing for my life, were bad people. Yes, it doesn't take away from the fact that I had good feelings about this thing and they already got my money, but there's something about it that just doesn't feel as good going further. Now, Gibby Norton. Gibby Norton. The actor who played Gibby Norton, Eddie Deason. It is amazing that Eddie Deason was not in Revenge of the Nerds, because what you see for Gibby Norton on screen, that's Eddie Deason in real life. They pattern the whole. Not only did he voice Eddie Deason, they drew Gibby Norton to look like Eddie Deason. Every role Eddie Deason has played in his life has been pretty much that same nerdy character. Triv, do you know who I'm talking about, Eddie Deason?
Oh yeah, yeah. He was a big like he was one of those problematic characters on MST3K. One of the movies
Yes.
that they did. I think it was Giant
Laser.
Spider Invasion.
Oh, I thought it was Laser Blast.
Oh, maybe it was Laser Blast.
Because Laser
It was one of
Blast,
those.
because he was like a sheriff's deputy or something,
I think. Oh God.
and mercifully he
I
got
always
killed
think
at
of the
the end.
line. Yeah, I always think of the line. You're not ready for some football from MST3K. But yeah, it was one of the two of those. Probably was Laser Blast. I
think it was
cannot
Laser
candidly
Blast.
remember.
He was also in a movie called Midnight Madness, where he played the leader of a bunch of nerds in some sort of collegiate scavenger hunt game. Well, Eddie Deason is a bad person. He is, he's a creep. I can't remember if he was sued for it, but there are restaurants in Los Angeles that won't serve him because how he treats the waitresses. And I've heard other kind of bits about him over the years. So when I see Gibby Norton, all I can see is Eddie Deason, and all these memories of what he's like in real life kind of flood in. So the whole separate the art from the artist, it's tricky for me, because I don't like to think about the stuff I enjoy causing people misery. I hate bullies. I guess.
Yeah,
And if I
that's
know
fair.
someone is a bully behind the scenes, I don't like them.
3Cat Day says, so like James Corden.
Man, he is the top of the list. I'm starting to wonder if maybe James Corden hate is just because you just gotta hate him. There's because I'm not fond of him, but oh my god, he is on the top of the list. Anytime Reddit has a what's the worst celebrity you've ever encountered, or anytime there's a bad celebrities list, James Corden is near or at the top every time. But I've not seen enough of James Corden to really dislike him that much. I think I just dislike him because everybody dislikes him. So osmosis.
Yeah, I was looking up the wiki from MST3K. D1138 Vader says he's in Greece too. I
Yes,
forgot about that. Completely forgot about that.
he was in every freaking nerd role all the way through every nerd except Revenge of the Nerds. I just and it makes me wonder if it's because it's like maybe they were thinking, we already have a rape scene in this movie. Maybe we don't need Eddie Deason involved because we've seen we don't want to tempt him or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fair.
I'm so
Let's see. Oh, good.
it occurred to me I'm trying to keep it family friendly, and I mentioned sexual assault. I apologize for that. But it just
You know what? Most of the kiddos are in bed by this point, I would imagine.
I know, but it's still more than I want or should have. So I apologize for bringing that up.
Well, and I wasn't doing a good job of keeping you on task either. Let's
It's all
see.
your fault, Triv.
You're right, it is. Torgo and the Lucifer Cat. I love that name, by the way. Hi, Joe. I'm working on a haunted house hang up ghost as we speak. Hope you
Hey,
are well. So, wahoo.
awesome,
3Cat.
Andreas.
3Cat.
That's
Oh, there you go.
yeah, Torgo. That's Andreas. He's one of my supporters. He's the one who's been working on the redoing the action figures and Scoobying them up,
Oh,
and
cool.
modifying them. So yep, he sent me some photos. I'm going to share in my next video when that comes out. So yeah, keep it up, dude. It's awesome.
There was a question up here. Let's see. Trashboat09. What are other cartoons you have watched, and do you like any more than Scooby-Doo?
Yes. Yes, cartoons were always my jam. One of the reasons I became an atheist was because of cartoons. Because going to church on a Sunday when the Pink Panther is right there on the TV, Grandma, why are you dragging me to church?
Watch your language.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yes,
Watch your language.
I've loved cartoons my entire life. When I was a kid, as far as I was concerned, there was 6 days a week and Cartoon Day. And I would wake up every day, Mom, is it Cartoon Day? And 6 out of 7 times I was disappointed. But then that every 7th day, yes, it's Cartoon Day. My butt was planted in that TV until they were done. So yes, cartoons. In fact, I would say my favorite TV series of all time, uh, surprisingly, it's not Scooby-Doo. As much as I love Scooby-Doo, don't get me wrong. You can love multiple things. Venture Brothers. Venture Brothers is easily not only my favorite cartoon, it's probably my favorite TV series of all time, bar none. I don't know what it is about the show, the backstory, the cleverness, the writing, the acting, the pathos. It's my favorite show, and it's a cartoon,
Nice.
and it's Adventure Brothers. Now, as far as any other cartoons, during the golden age of Cartoon Network, Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab, Samurai Jack, and then the Adult Swim cartoons, Space Ghost, Coast to Coast,
Sorry, that was
Moral.
me.
That's okay. You drowned out my fart, so good job. I timed it so they wouldn't be able to hear the part. But now when it comes to cartoons, all I watch is anime. When I'm done doing when I'm done for the night and I'm getting ready for bed, I'm just gonna watch and veg out on the couch and watch television. It's Crunchyroll or one of my Blu-rays for an anime series. I discovered anime. I want to say maybe 2018. I can't remember. Because I was on a website that was ripping on a particular anime that was on at the time. So I'm like, how bad can it be, right? So I played it and I loved it. It was a goofy, silly little kiddie anime. And I thought it was amazing. And I just started watching anime from there. So that is the majority of what I watch now is anime. I haven't even seen the new Superman movie yet. But by God, every week I'm watching whatever piece of trash, garbage, isekai anime they're throwing in this season. So all my life I loved cartoons. I still love cartoons. Avatar: The Last Airbender,
That one's fantastic.
One of the greatest shows of all time. Cartoon
yeah.
or not, one of the greatest shows.
Even Korra had a lot of good stuff going for it.
Korra
I don't think they yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Joe, I interrupted you.
Oh, I'm just gonna say I think it didn't stick the landing, but that's not on its fault. There was a lot working against it for that last bit.
It was working against it. Nickelodeon was working against.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They basically they pulled a Futurama on it, is what they did. They cut the amount of episodes in half. The Last Airbender got 23, 22, 23, 26 episodes per season, and they had 3 seasons. Legend of Korra got like 13 episodes per season. So they didn't get the opportunity to add filler episodes like Avatar did, where you had character development. Nope. They had to stick to that story and pump it out. Then they started changing the times that Korra was going to be on. Sometimes it's on this day. Nope, it's going to be on this day now at this time. Nope. Now we're going to take it off of Nickelodeon and put it on Nickelodeon's website for like the last season. Korra did not get the chance it deserved. So
it didn't. It's like Scrubs. It's the same way. It was moved all over the place as well.
That's one of them grown-up TV shows. I don't watch those. It's not a cartoon. I don't watch Scrubs.
It acts like a kid show, though. If you ever get the chance, give it a try, especially the early seasons. It's phenomenal. It balances humor and heart really well.
I've actually seen snippets of it. It shows up in my feed occasionally. So it looks like something I would probably enjoy. It's just, I got anime I got to watch. There's a lot of anime.
That's fair. Well, on that note, James, DVD and Film Bloke says, it's well past 9 p.m. here, so we can say magic naughty words like jiggery pokery.
Bibbity bobbity boo. Okay, never mind. I can't. I almost got too profanity happy there for a second. I guess it does bring up a point. We have been doing this for 3 hours now. Let's take it for another 10 minutes. So it's like an even 3.5 hours. Technically I could go later because all I got waiting for me is when I'm done with this is I got to do a shift on one of my social media job. I got to get in there and answer reviews for people who don't like certain places they go. I'm under an NDA, so I can't name any of the clients I work for, but odds are if you've been to some places out there and you left a review on Yelp or Google, you might have been answered by me for all you know.
You know what? I'm just gonna start randomly, like spamming different restaurants and services,
And you're gonna wait to
just
see if like that wasn't it. See, like Voight Comp, but for like family dining. Is that you're walking down a dark corner and the sun is bright. You see a turtle, you flip it over, and it wants to go out to eat. Where are you going to take it? You know, I mean, it's like I'm really bad at references.
Battery Man asks, "What did I miss?"
2 hours and 23 hours and 20 minutes of me not playing the video game. That was gonna
Well, Battery
stream.
Man was with us for a fair amount of the stream. I'm not sure when he left, but with the amount of tangenty subjects that we cover, would, if you're a Midwesterner, would make your heart proud because we've covered some territory. Let's see. It's as Three Cat Day says, 7 hours later, and that's how I discovered Spanish-based anime.
Well, I mean, they do. I think they do have plenty of Spanish dubbed or Spanish subbed anime that's out there. So if Española is your primo languageo, I don't know Spanish. There's anime out there for you. I barely speak French, and I took 3 years of that in high school. Je parle un peu français.
You got me beat. I speak a little Gaelic, but it's pretty crunchy. So
Anybody can
I
speak
wouldn't trust
Gaelic.
me.
There was Gaelic.
Hey, don't be dishing on the Irish.
Hey, I'm half Irish, so I can do all the shit I want to, lassie.
As someone that lived there, I got to tell you, your Irish is downright crap, fan.
I know my Irish is bad. I can do actually if I do Irish as an angry person, it's easier to do. I gotta be like angry and upset to do Irish. Then I can do it. But no, I don't do Irish very well.
Lone Dragon says, "How does getting run over save turtles?"
Did I
Oh, wait a
say
minute.
run
Sorry,
over?
it relates back up to another.
Oh,
Joseph Dixon says, "I've actually saved a few turtles from getting run over," and Lone Dragon then says, "Oh, sorry." Then Lone Dragon asked, "How does getting run over save turtles?" So yeah. Anyway,
that's a
disregard.
Midwestern. That is a Midwestern thing. There, stopping your car in the middle of the road to run out and pick up a box turtle, take it to the other side, and drop it. I think in Louisiana they just pick them up and take them back to the shack and boil it up with some crawfish and some gumbo.
Absolutely. I apologize about that, Joseph. My apologies. Also, I got the battery man's name wrong. I do apologize about that. So, God, I'm turning into a Midwesterner.
You're turning into me.
What? Oh, God.
You keep telling me to
Okay,
quit apologizing. Listen to you. You're about as bad as my mom. I never did anything good enough for you. I'm just so terrible of a mother. He did that a lot.
All right, who's talking about being the worst YouTuber? That's
I suck. I mean, okay. Maybe I suck because this is a job
That's
for
what
me
she
now.
said.
Oh, well, no, I guarantee you that's not what she said. I knew. Well, no, actually, she could say that, but she would say it, "You suck." That's how she would say it if I was saying that. But anyway, I'm a lousy YouTuber because this is a job for me now. I am technically a professional YouTuber. I get payments from Google for doing this. I have to file taxes. I have equipment that I bought for this job, and yet there's so much of this that I don't do right, or I never stopped and took the time. Well, I mean, from a professional standpoint, yes.
Joe,
yes.
Have you seen? Okay, million sub YouTubers, 100,000 sub YouTubers, 50,000 sub YouTubers. You are so much more professional than the ones that draw in hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views at any one point. I have seen people come and go. I've been around this space long enough to know that. So I don't want to hear that you're not professional and that you don't treat the job with respect, because you do.
Well,
You dork.
there are things that I know. I mean, look, I accidentally killed the stream like 20 minutes before it started earlier. I mean, that's the kind of
All right,
stuff I'm talking about.
hold up your hand. Hold up your hand for a minute for me. Hold up your hand for a minute.
Does it
Hold up
matter
your
which
hand.
hand? I'm right-handed.
No, it doesn't matter.
Do
Oh
you
my
want
god. Okay, 5 fingers, five fingers, 5 hand. There's a hand.
All
Okay, you
right.
got ears, you got eyes, you got nose. You are human, yes? Generally speaking.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Everyone
Begrudgingly.
can make mistakes. So put your hand down. You can put your
Thank you.
hand
That
down.
was I was getting tired holding it up.
Five hands. Sorry, 5 fingers. 5 fingers. Yeah. Well, we don't. If you go to the movie, what the hell is the movie called? Freaked. Like
Oh,
he's got like 2 hands, 2 feet, and then he's got his member is a hand as well. So I mean, you could have five hands, but
wasn't there an anime or a meme or something where someone, excuse me, had their hands, but each finger had like little hands
oh
and
yeah.
fingers on them or something?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those what is it called? Like I guess like a Lovecraftian type of thing.
Oh,
So
it's definitely creepy.
oh, also Lone Dragon says, so Joe said 10 more minutes of talking and then back to the video game, right?
Oh no, that I would close my screen, but honestly, I'm afraid I don't know what I have underneath it. I don't think I've got anything embarrassing under there. All right. So I'm playing Russian roulette here. What does Joe have under his screen?
Oh, wait. Before you do that,
Oh,
in
too
chat, do you
late.
want to guess at what
Oh.
Joe has underneath this
Okay.
overlay?
Good. It's just my the emulating software. Then there's my desktop because I'm an anime nerd. Okay.
That's okay.
Pop that back up.
See, roll the sleeves. Said it correctly. 30,000 sub Eurovision YouTuber who accidentally started streaming instead of recording. So it happens.
Well, I will say this much to be fair. Yes, I've seen some million sub YouTubers that make
Jiggery pokery.
well. How can I put? Okay. I hate to bring them up because they are to me they are gods. They are the gods of YouTube, but they're guys at Red Letter Media. On more than one occasion,
Fantastic.
Jay Bauman mentioned when he's watching a movie or another YouTube video or something like that, and he will point out mistakes that you really only notice because you're an editor yourself. And it's funny, I've watched videos from these 2 million subscribers, and they will make a mistake. And I noticed it because, oh my God, I know that mistake they made because I've made that mistake myself. And it's frustrating because I know they probably had it all uploaded and on the internet and through the stupid YouTube content match. And they probably rewatched the video again, and they probably saw that mistake, and they're like, it's not worth the hassle of re-encoding. It's not worth the hassle of going through all that stuff. Because that's something that does bother me a little bit when people like, didn't you ever watch the video before you uploaded it? You watch the same video 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 times. You can have a mistake that's in front of you, but it's lost. It just bleeds.
Oh yeah. I used to edit for a living, and I can definitely agree. You can watch something 15, 20 times and you still miss it. But it also makes you more prone to do all of that stuff. Like, I'm terrible at movies. I'll sit there and go, oh my God, can you believe they did that or they didn't do that or whatever? And yeah, I'm one of those annoying folks.
I've done that too. I've re-edited movies in my head. And it's like, wow, this would have been better if they would have done this or done that. Well, poop. I've done that. I essentially do that with a lot of the Scooby episodes. When I'm talking about the villain, be like, hey, why didn't the villain do it this way? Or why didn't the writers go this route. This would have been more interesting. So, well, it's 10:30. I don't know if I should toss it up for any other last minute questions, or
I'd say put it out there for last minute questions. That way you're not just, leaving
dun,
cold.
dun, 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 end stream.
Oh, 3 Cat Day says, did you ever hear where Red Letter Media got its name?
I probably have, but off the top of my head, I don't remember. I don't know.
They used to film weddings, graduations, etc., aka people's Red Letter Days, so they were Red Letter Media. Then when their YouTube channel got big, they switched to that.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, because I know they started out professionally started out doing filming things like weddings, or making not corporate industrial videos. Someone with a factory says, hey, we need our factory filmed for a training video, stuff like that. Fortunately, Mike decided one day to rip on the Phantom Menace, and now they're millionaires. that is, I doubt they're millionaires, but I'm also sure that they're comfortable. That was great. They had a recent video where they were doing a Star Wars trivia, and Mike, in the video, he said something like, I don't remember the prequels, or something very, very well like that. I don't know the prequels. and Jay and Rich are like, what? And Jay's like, the only reason we're here is because of the prequels. You see all this Camry equipment in front of us? That's because of the prequels. It was such a beautiful moment that it was such a payoff for all the people who've been watching those guys for the last 10 plus years.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant.
They were a huge inspiration for my channel, too, so.
Oh, God. Yes.
Let's see. So we've got a couple of questions here. Let's see. So is Rich Evans a Rob Paulson character?
I would like to see Rich Evans try to sing the America song. California, that whole thing. But true story. True story. Let me grab my phone. See how quickly I can get there. Shoot.
Do you want me to ask you a question while you're looking, or do you want to concentrate on your phone?
Ask me a question.
Okay, have you ever watched One Piece? Let's see, Joseph Dixon asked, have you ever watched One Piece? Best anime manga ever. For God's sake, manga.
I'm saying,
I cannot speak tonight. I apologize. That was not...
That's okay.
I've got I've got the back, like the reverse of verbal diarrhea. I am so sorry about screwing that
Get yourself
up.
a verbal bidet to rinse that out.
One Piece manga would be very different.
That would absolutely be. We're here for the pirates DEI ripping off. Oh my God. Yeah, careful, Triv. You're getting close to being broken there. You're getting close to being broken. Here it comes. When Triv's online, and when we're on doing our Discord stuff, or we play Riff Tracks online, someone will set her off, and she uncontrollable laughter. So we say Triv's broken. We broke Triv.
Yeah, it happens.
Believe it or not, I love anime, but I'm the worst kind of anime person. When I said earlier that about the trash anime with isekai, that's actually what I watch. Before isekai, I watched harem anime. That was my big thing. I do occasionally get to the actual critically acclaimed good shows like Attack on Titan or Bakuman and things like that, but you look at my shelf, isekai. I'm looking at my Bluetooth, or my Bluetooth videos. Isekai, harem, isekai. So Yeah, that's much. Where the hell are my settings at on my phone? Oh my god, I'm just the worst. Where?
Um. All right. What's your favorite? Well, do you want me to keep asking?
Go ahead, keep asking. I'm determined now to try to find this thing.
Okay. What's your favorite villain from What's New Scooby-Doo?
Oh, it's been too long. Oh, if I were to try to name the worst villain, I would be forced to just try to I would be forced to name villains that I just barely remembered because it's been so long since I watched it that and I didn't watch What's New Scooby Doo nearly as much as I watched Mystery Incorporated or um, Scooby Doo. Where Are You? So I that's not something I could answer, unfortunately.
That's okay. Let's see. What's your favorite non-Scooby Gang Scooby-Doo member?
Hot dog
And the
water,
question was for
probably.
both of us. Which one?
Hot dog water.
Hot dog water?
Yeah, Marcy. She's probably my favorite. She was a character
Nice.
from. She was essentially in all but name only. She was Velma's girlfriend in Scooby Doo Mystery Incorporated. She was called Hot Dog Water because her family worked at a circus or a amusement park, and she was stuck next to the. She smelled like hot dog water because that was just what she was surrounded by. So
Right.
her nickname was very meanly referred to as hot dog water.
Okay. Cool. I like Vincent Van Gogh.
Oh, I like. Well, it's which Vincent Van Gogh because there were
13. Oh, was there more than one?
yeah, there's two iterations of Vincent Van Gogh. You had the Vincent
Really?
Van Gogh from 13 Ghosts, and you had Vincent Van Gogh from Mystery Incorporated. Vincent
Ah.
Van Gogh from 13 Ghosts was a sorcerer or necromancer. I think he was a
Mm-hmm.
sorcerer. The Vincent Van Gogh from Mystery Incorporated was a has-been old Hollywood horror actor. He was Vincent Price in all but name.
Then I'm
Brilliant.
going for Vincent Price as Vincent Van Gogh because that's like I haven't watched the newer stuff. I think the newest thing I watched the movies, but otherwise, as far as the kind of normal like TV stuff, I haven't caught anything since 13 Ghosts, give or take.
You've got a lot of bat P word movies types to watch. You don't have enough time to watch. Or how many times you're going to watch Hundreds of Beavers?
Well, I would watch that. I would watch the hell out of that because that's a fantastic
It was
movie.
a good movie. It was enjoyable movie. Okay, here's what I was looking for. This is my text notification. Did that play on the mic?
I can't hear it.
Son of a gun.
It might be because of Discord. It might be too low or too high of a thing for it to hear. Or it might be drowning it out because it's got sound balance or
Oh,
sound
you
dampening.
can't hear it because you're not listening to. Okay, everyone else in my stream can hear it.
Oh, cool, cool. That's all that matters. I don't need
That's
to hear it.
it's Rich Evans' laugh from Red Letter Media.
Oh,
Maybe if
nice,
I
nice. No, no,
see.
don't worry about it. You don't. I've heard Rich Evans's
Okay.
laugh like a
I'm,
ton, so you
I'm
don't have
sure
to do
you
it for
have.
me.
But that's we're talking about Red Letter Media fans. That's my ringtone or my text notification. So, and I dug through a few Red Letter Media videos until I found a good enough laugh to record and turn in my ringtone.
That laugh can cure all pain for 3 Cat Day. My wife hates his laugh. For me, it warms my heart.
When I first watched Red Letter Media, I hated Rich's laugh. I abhorred Rich's laugh. It drove me nuts. watched it enough, and now I love it. I love everything about Rich's laugh. I love Rich. I love Jay. I love Mike. Jack, I can take or leave. I like Josh. Jack's not everybody's cup of tea. He's okay. He's okay, but he's not everyone's cup of tea.
Let's see. I am complete. Chris Chan, we. I'm sorry, I completely butchered that. Are you gonna rank 3 villains for each part of the new Scooby-Doo mysteries?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you say that again?
Are you going to rank 3 villains for each part of the new Scooby-Doo mysteries? Are there 3 villains per part?
Oh, okay. If I'm interpreting the question correctly, I am going to be doing 2 episodes per each of my videos for the rankings, and if the episode has 2 villains in it, then I'm going to be doing 4 villains per video. Like, for example, the one I'm working on right now, it's 4 villains because the first, or the episode 3 and episode 4, each of those have 2 villains per show. So it'll be 4. It'll be, the focus is going to be on 2 episodes, period. Whether there's 1 villain per episode or 2, each of my videos is going to include 2 episodes. Except for my last video, since I think it's another 13 episode season, my last video will probably be extra long, and it'll feature 3 episodes. So if each of those episodes have 2 villains, it would be 6 villains total. But I don't remember what it is like on that.
Let's see. Braden DeBroat 5044 says, "Wow, what a blessing. I caught one of your streams live. Your videos have brought me a tremendous amount of joy."
I'm thrilled. Thank you for saying so. It's embarrassing for me to get praise, but it is appreciated. It keeps me going. It keeps me going. There are times when I'm like, wow, this is a lot of work, but it is worth it. I mean, more than above the fact that I do receive monetary compensation from Google to make stuff on this. It's the money I make from YouTube isn't enough to make me want to do it, but the feedback and the genuine appreciation I get when I get comments like that keeps me going. So thank you very much.
Well, that's fantastic. Joseph Dixon says you're a treasure.
Treasure. I think you meant to say treasure. He didn't always pronounce it that way either. I think with Frank Welker, his way of saying treasure is kind of like how I say horror, because I catch myself saying, sometimes I'll say horror and sometimes I will say horror. Just depends on the mood I'm in. And I think I don't remember where I explained it once about why I say it horror as opposed to horror. But it's childhood. My sister, my God, my aunt, I was little kid, and I was having a fight with my aunt, and I called her a whore, thinking like Frankenstein is scary. He's a horror. So I called her a whore, thinking she was a scary evil monster. Well, she didn't take it that way, and she was shocked that a little 5-year-old would call her a whore. So I got in trouble, and I was trying to explain to Mom what I meant, and fortunately Mom was like, oh, that makes more sense. And I'm like, what's the big deal about being a whore? And my mom explained it. She said, well, Joey, because I was called Joey at the time. Please don't call me Joey now. Joey, a whore is a woman that goes to bed with a lot of men. I didn't quite grasp sex at the time, so I'm thinking, what's wrong with that? Because in my brain, I'm thinking, oh, there's like a woman like laying on a cot in a room filled of all these other men laying on cots, and she's in the same room sleeping with these men, and I'm like, what's so bad about that? I couldn't fathom what was so awful about whores. I'm no longer that innocent.
That's okay.
I long for those days, though. I wish I was that innocent
Yeah.
these days. That would be great.
Oh, Berkey0191 says, dang, going on 4 hours and probably 30 minutes of gameplay.
Oh, Berkey, there wasn't even 30 minutes. There wasn't even 3 minutes of gameplay. I totally, it's all my fault because, well, because I'm, my stream.
I got you gabbing.
Well, no, it's less the gabbing, and honestly, it's more the fact that once I open up the save game and saw where I left it at the last time, I was just like, oh my god, I don't want to play. Oh, this is terrible, because it's an awful part of the game. I will probably, when the stream's over, and not tonight, but at some point, I will probably play past that room, even if I have to find an emulator for a game genie cheat to get past that part, just to get past that part, because oh my god, I have quit games many times over the years when I get to a part that is just insurmountable, and I think this is one of those parts.
It happens. Let's see.
Shit?
Sister Ann.
Sometimes. Sorry, Forrest Gump.
Oh, that's okay. Sister Ann. So Joe is from the South. When you were referring to you said your sister and then your aunt.
Good catch. No, but there are, as I said, there are pockets of Kentucky around. Actually, I just remembered. I was born in one of those Kentucky parts. I just remembered I was actually born there. The hospital doesn't exist anymore, but at the time we were living with my grandparents out in the boondocks in the sticks, and the closest hospital happened to be in one of those pockets of Kentucky. So, wow, yeah. I just realized I was born in one of the Kentucky pockets.
Dueling banjo music intensifies.
Oh, yeah.
This is, we're on a TV show, we have an experiencing technical difficulties, and then cut to Joe in a completely different area.
Oh, God.
Let's see. Brendan, I'm so sorry. Brandon DeButt asks, what's your favorite celebrity cameo in the Scooby-Doo universe?
Probably Harlan Ellison. And he was in a couple episodes of Mystery Incorporated. He was a great, good writer. He had his issues, as everybody does. But the nice thing about Harlan Ellison is, God damn it, pay him. Pay him what you owe him. He made no apologies for that either. He sued and won James Cameron to get credit for the Terminator, and James Cameron is still bitter about that. Oh my God. Yeah, if you watch if you were to watch the theatrical release of the Terminator, like in the theater, at the end of the movie, when she's like, well, I'm driving into the storm with this baby in my belly. Subsequent releases after the lawsuit, there's a credit in there acknowledging Harlan Ellison. It wasn't like based on Harlan Ellison, but some namby-pamby credit which acknowledged that he inspired some aspect of this movie. And James Cameron is bitter about that to this day. He didn't agree with the studio caving to Harlan Ellison, but I'm taking Harlan Ellison's side. James Cameron he's not that great of a person in a lot of respects. So, the devil I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm not
that's
saying
very true.
Cameron's a bad person either, but he's notorious for treating actors poorly on set. So he loses some respect for me in that end of things.
Yeah, that's fair. SS Falcon F8X says, "Wow, just got back. Wow, still playing. I'm impressed."
This Scooby game is fantastic. Wait. This Scooby game is fantastic. Wait, my controller's not on. Shit. Battery's still working. I don't know.
Watch your language, young man. No jiggery pokery up in here.
I keep saying the S word.
Yes.
Better than the F word.
20 lashes with a wet noodle.
Ooh. Ramen or
it is. I don't know. I didn't give it that much thought.
I had ramen when I was in Cincy. First time I had like actual Japanese restaurant ramen, and I shouldn't have ordered the pork. I ordered pork because pork ramen's what I always see on anime and manga, but it wasn't that great. I should have gone with the chicken.
For next time.
Yes.
There you go. Pool noodle. Roll the sleeves as it right. Pool noodle.
What do they use pool noodles for? God, they use them for something that's not for pool noodles.
I mean,
they cut them in half, and they use them for like garage doors, garage bumpers.
Well, they'll use them. Yeah, they'll use them for things like that. You'll see them oftentimes used in practical effects in movies too.
Lightsabers.
So like if you're doing like foam, say spikes, they'll do them out of that, among other things.
Unless you're James Cameron, you just use real spikes because they're just actors.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Or John Landis. We know how he feels about actors.
Oh yeah.
Helicopter.
That's a giant oof right there. Oh man, I was on a Twilight Zone podcast, and we got to the movie, and we were discussing that whole thing, and there is footage online of that whole thing, and it's crazy.
I've watched it, but fortunately the video is not HD.
It's not great quality.
It's not great quality. So you see the accident, but you don't really see the real nasty visceral part of the accident. It's still not great. Especially when you know that the
knowing what happens
are right there watching it.
I can't even begin to imagine.
Dude should have been in jail.
Yeah. 3Cat Day says 20 lashes with a wet noodle. So that is kind of the Kentucky area. My mom said that when I was a kid, and she's from Wisconsin. So I don't know. Maybe it's a rural, general thing that kind of transition.
It's definitely a rural thing.
Oh yeah, that's true. And then afternoon noodling.
just don't ask us what we call Pepsi or Coke. All right, Triv.
Soda or Pepsi.
What do you call it?
So where I'm from, initially, where I grew up, it was pop, but where I live now, it's kind of a combination between pop and soda, depending upon where you're at. The really weird thing is, you go over to Wisconsin, and depending upon where you are in Wisconsin, they'll either call a water fountain, where you take a drink from, they'll call those bubblers. I think from what I understand, that's strictly a Wisconsin thing. Oh, Jesus.
That's my butt bubbler. Bubbler.
You need a shirt that says butt bubbler. Joe goes over butt bubbler.
There's way too many sexual connotations that they could take that. I see in my area, it's pop. I grew up calling it pop. But I don't call it pop because pop sounds dumb. I call it soda. Because soda sounds sophisticated. Pop sounds something a little kid would say. But then again, I grew up pronouncing it Warsh. Gotta wash the dishes. George Washington. My grandmother.
Yeah.
Oh, everything was Warsh. Took me forever,
It's
but
like
I
a
broke
creek.
that habit.
It's creek versus crick. I grew
Crick
up and it
versus
was
crick.
yeah, like it was whatever the name was, crick, as compared to that name, creek. So
Route
they
versus
call
root.
let's see, they call couches Davenports.
That was my grandma's
Yob
name.
Yobner, let's see, I always heard 40 lashes in suburban Massachusetts. Oh, okay, so the lashes thing is not just a
Whipping is just, holy God, people. Corporal punishment is one thing, but damn, whips
it's
for
with a wet
everything.
noodle. It's not like it's with a, go out and pick your own switch off the back tree kind of a thing. It's a wet noodle,
I had to do that once. I think my grandma or grandpa made me do that. They were Depression era, so the greatest
Yeah, yeah.
generation. Well,
Oh, here we go. My aunt from New Jersey says, "Wash with warm water."
yeah, that's I can hear that. Joyzy. Joyzy.
The
It
battery man says it's getting late here. It was fun.
I was gonna say
So
it's close to 11, so I think no more final questions. I hope everybody enjoyed the game. Wow. I'm the worst YouTuber. Um, Thank you,
if you're
everyone.
gonna keep saying that, I'm gonna go get you a shirt that actually says I'm the worst YouTuber. Ask me how.
It's bad enough that I have a shirt with my face on it. So, I mean,
It's not
I
technically your face. It is your likeness. There is a difference.
well, but it's literally my face that I traced over. So it's the
But it's still
closest,
not your face.
I guess, technically. Well, I just a while back, a friend of mine and I were talking, and I was talking about the YouTube channel or something, and I said something, I can't remember what it was, but something along the lines of, "I'm not a vain person." And he looks at me, he's like, "Dude, you have your face on your shirt." And I looked down, and I just happened to be wearing that shirt. I'm like, wow, that you win. You completely demolished any argument that I could have made at that point. There was my friend who was on the chat earlier. So, all right, I want
See,
to.
Three Cat Days said they would buy that shirt.
I'm in the worst YouTuber because I need to make more T-shirts for my merch channel. Oh God, I just suck. All right, we definitely gonna call it here. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, Lone Dragon says it right. Time to get back to the game then.
Oh, I'm way too tired for that. I am at my limit. And I took a nap. I took a nap before this to make sure I would be able to last as long as possible, and I am exhausted at this point. So, Triv, thank you so much for
Absolutely.
joining here. I hope you will be here with me when the next time I schedule one of these.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Rift Tracks tomorrow, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. Again, sorry it didn't end up being an actual normal stream. I hope it was entertaining listening to old man tell his old man stories with the occasional foray into the Scooby content that you probably actually signed up to actually watch. So thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody. Now you can sit here and watch me fumble awkwardly while I try to figure out how to end the stream. So, okay, I think the last
Well, if you end the
time
stream, then you need to use a bidet.
use the bidet to end the stream. I have sprayed
Yes.
myself in the face on more than one occasion working on a bidet. So, not going to do that. Okay.
Fair.
Oh wow. Okay, I found where I end the stream, and it's at 3 hours 58 minutes and 19 seconds, and I'm like,
So we need to fill 2 minutes of
do
time.
I just let it
Let's
go
see.
for 2 more? See if I can end it right at 4, like a game of Dave and Buster's where you gotta hit the button right at to win the tickets. And just like every time I've been to Dave and Buster's, I will probably be 1 second over or under under what it is. because it's
Three Cat Day says right. You need to dance here at the ending. I think you should dance.
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 I couldn't dance when I was skinny. Although, you know, God, if I had my stick, I could do my martial art work. When I was able to, yeah, here we go. Oh God.
Oh no, does that mean we need to go with another hour?
Oh my God, I'm doing the awkward Star Wars kid thing here. Oh God, shades of poor Raza. He didn't deserve that. That poor kid. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 25 seconds. Yep. That's what I was thought. The Star Wars kid 3 Cat Day. I'm actually looking at the chat window now because I wasn't paying attention. I left that all up to Triv this time, and she did a great job. Everybody who's still on, go to Triv's channel, please. There should be, I think I got a link to it bottom here. If I can find a way, I might be able to add you as a collaborator to this later on. Sure. I'll check. 55, 56,
helicopter,
58, 59, and stream.
Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, it gave me a window to say if I want to end it. Oh, that sucks. No,
you got one last dono as well. You're the man.